Is the attorney here for 2351 West Flournoy? 2351 West Flournoy, calendar number 271, 272. Oh, you have opposition? Got it? Yes, Joe. Right, no, right there where the council is talking to Nancy, it's right there. She's sitting in the chair right next to her. And Frances Cahill left. She's with the county. Yeah, she's with the Frances Cahill. And she was council before, and now she went to county. No, she went to the so she's needed attorneys over there, so she went.
Testing.
Okay. Just your name, your address, and then where do you want me to send the resolution? Or, you know. Don't worry, we don't publicize it.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 18, 2023 in-person meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. With me today are Commissioners Angela Brooks and Zurich Esposito to my left, and Commissioner Sam Toya will be joining us shortly. I'd like to call this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Esposito. I am present. Quorum is established. The minutes of July's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Brooks seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes. The minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Brooks seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes. The agenda is approved. Now I will take continuances and withdrawals.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Nick Fatikas on behalf of the applicant and property owner. It's 4 companion matters beginning the middle of page 3, 271 23S, 272 23Z, 273 23S, and 274 23Z on the top of page 5. We received a call from Alderman Urban's office this morning. There's also an objector present, so we were asked to, we're seeking a short continuance so that we could review our plans with the Alderman's office and any of the interested neighbors. The Alderman was okay with a 30-day continuance if it is okay with the zoning board.
We're continuing matters to October. So these are calendar numbers 271-23-S, 272-23-Z, 273-23-S, and 274-23-Z will be continued to October 20th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you, sir.
Morning.
Morning. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Sylvia Micus with Taft Law, here on behalf of the applicant Renew LLC, calendar number 27923S on the bottom of page 4. I'm here today to seek a continuance. Unfortunately, our applicant, the manager of our applicant, was unable to be present to testify today due to being called on special assignment. She works for the U.S. Department of Defense and was unable to be here in person. Other than that, we are ready to move forward. Therefore, if possible, we seek a 1-month continuance, however, defer to the board.
Okay, this is calendar number 279-23-S will be continued to October 20th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Morning, Warren Silver, Brown Udell Pomerantz and Del Rahim Limited, attorneys for the applicant in matter 286-23S. The address is 5762 North Milwaukee. And we are seeking a continuance. We understand there are objectors and we would like some more time to make efforts to work things out.
A lot of questions for that one.
Okay, so this is calendar number 286-23-S will be continued to October 20th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Rediger here on 276-23-S. It's third page, upper, kind of in the middle. We have the objectors requesting a continuous to the October date.
Chairman, actually, Brandon, on behalf of the applicant. We object to any continuance. Our client is a social equity applicant. They have been through a lengthy process to get here today. They went through a zoning map amendment where they were completely transparent with the community about their intent to form a cannabis dispensary. The city council voted 47-1 to allow us to have that map amendment. We sent out all proper notices for this hearing here today. We have been through a rigorous community process with the Alderman's office, with the Wrightwood Neighborhood Association. Any further delay prejudices us in not only our construction, but because we're a social equity applicant and have deadlines to meet, getting through this process is incredibly important to us. Every objector has received notice. Anyone has the opportunity to be here today and to step forward. That's the legal standard for them to be able to have a proper hearing today. If there's any question about this, I guess I defer to the alderman about the process we went through to be here today.
First, let me get the basis for the request for the continuance.
Sure. So let's begin by any prejudice to the applicant is an absolute falsehood. Okay.
Hold up.
This
hold
is
up,
a
hold
first
up,
hearing
hold
up.
on,
It's a
hold
first
up,
notice.
Hold up. First, I want the basis for the request to the continuance, not a response to his reasons why you
The
shouldn't
basis
get
is
it.
due to the fact we just got our FOI, just got our answers to the FOIA request. We need the time in order, just due process. We need the time in order to take a look at what we've got, right? And the reports that are contained in that request and that response. So that's why we're requesting that and to prepare a proper objection.
When did you receive the documents from the FOIA request?
I'm not even sure we have them all complete. We believe we have the complete request yesterday. It's 107 pages. So we just got them. I'm not even sure it's complete. We still have to review to make sure that the city's answer to the FOIA request is complete.
And when did you make the FOIA request?
I believe last week.
And did you do you want to respond to the argument?
In response, this is the first hearing date up. Now, what has gone through in the community is not what's going to happen here today. That's a completely different process. So we're just requesting on basic due process grounds. It's not going to prejudice them in any way. They can present the case in October as well as they can today. And so we're just asking for the time in order to prepare our experts and to prepare our people in order to put forth a proper objection.
Response?
Mr. Chairman, the community process. My apologies, Ashley Brandt, BRANDT on behalf of the applicant. The community process is part of the process before this board. Everyone has received notice. Our March notice went out when we filed the application. Our notices before our June meeting went out. The idea that they haven't had notice and had to wait till this last minute to file any FOIA requests is facetious, but the standard here is that they have received notice and have an opportunity to be before this board today to present their case. And they have that opportunity. They've known since before March that we were going to be before the ZBA and had been through a process.
And in response, the notice is at issue. Whether or not the proper notice was given and received is at issue. So
Not
we just need, it is at issue. And we just need the time in order to address those and properly address those before the hearing officers.
Why was the FOIA request only made last week?
We were only hired by because my clients, the objectors, only got recent notice, which again goes to the point of whether the notice was proper. Once they, became aware of what was going on, they then hired counsel. So as soon as they became aware, as soon as they hired counsel, that's the first thing we ran in to do. So it was that's the reason why it was not done till last week.
May I ask who his clients are? Because this notice issue has been, everyone would have gotten the same notice from March through now.
Who are your clients?
They are Neighbors Against Marijuana are my clients.
Is-
Some are here today at the hearing.
Is that an organization, an LLC?
Yes, it is an
Nonprofit?
organization. It's a neighborhood organization.
And do they live within 250 feet?
That is my understanding.
Are they property owners?
I'm not going to get into the, back and forth. It's a reasonable request till October. It's due process.
Well, I mean, the issue is property owners within 250 feet. So can you tell me, is your client property owners within 250
Yeah,
feet?
I don't have that exact information here at this
Okay.
time.
Yeah, Chair, is it okay if I say something? So
Of
thank you,
course.
everybody. I'm Timmy Knutson. I'm Alderman in the 43rd Ward. And I'd like to give just some additional context here because I believe we have gone above and beyond providing different kinds of notice, including sending out a plan of operation to over 30,000 email residents in our ward that wouldn't be precedented under these terms. So I'm just going to give some context. It's our respectful request that the matter is heard today and not held to further delay. In the past 2 years, the applicant has participated in a purposefully slow and very deep process within the ward. Almost a year ago, we had our first community meeting, which over 100 neighbors attended virtually. Now, a couple months ago, we had our final community meeting, which 120 neighbors attended in person and 60 people attended virtually. Throughout these meetings, we wrote in our weekly newsletter in depth where we were at that point in the process. Parties have negotiated a plan of operations for months in order to embed feedback from community members in support, against, and neutral on the application, which has led to strong neighborhood association and Chamber of Commerce support for both process and substance. Through our outreach and the neighborhood association's outreach, this plan of operations has been sent to over 30,000 residents, which I believe is unprecedented transparency. In addition, the applicant is one of the city's first social equity applicants, part of a program whose success has been tampered by costly delays. We appreciate that community members are here today to speak both for and against the matter, and that some community members may have attorneys present. We know that there will be ample time to debate the topic. However, this matter is ready to be heard on the substance and merits by your independent board. As alderman, I can say that the greater 43rd Ward community is ready to reach a conclusion here. No matter the outcome of this board's vote for or against the matter, for good city process, the applicant and application deserve to be heard on the merits today.
And I respectfully disagree. We're only asking for an October date. Due process. I don't know why you'd want to move forward and lend for an automatic appeal on these issues. Wouldn't it be more prudent to just give it a simple 60-day date, make sure that the requirements of due process, U.S. Constitution, Illinois State Constitution, the City of Chicago, and just give it a 60-day date, and then all these issues, no one's barring them from having any issues be presented to the board, and we can get it taken care of in October.
And from our perspective, the case law is clear. The Constitution is clear. Due process here involves proper notice and the opportunity to be heard.
Okay, I'm ready to rule. The request for continuance is denied.
Thank
sir.
you.
I find that the FOIA request was late. And I'm also troubled by the fact that counsel for the Neighbors Against Marijuana cannot tell me whether or not his client is property owners within 250 feet. So we're going to move forward today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is everyone here for that matter? I'll call that one. All right, let's call that one. Let's just do it. You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything.
81 North Avenue.
It's like we were. So. All right, while everyone is getting situated, I will read the Department of Planning's I'm going to read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 270-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Marigrow Inc. Two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 14, 2023, prepared by East Lake Studio. If there are any objectors here, this is calendar number 270-23-S. Please come down now, and we have the objectors sit over to my left. Council, are your clients here?
They are here.
Okay.
Would you like to hear from them now or?
No, but they should go over, we have the objectors sit over to the left
Okay.
over here.
I'll have them come down and have a seat here in the, I apologize for the not quite understanding the
Okay.
procedure here. Was expecting a continuance, as you can understand. Thank you.
All right, everyone that is planning to testify today, both for the applicant and the objectors, please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Counsel for the applicant, please proceed. It's green, but I can't hear you. 1 second. Try again.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ashley Brandt, BRANDT from Tucker Ellis, 233 South Wacker Drive, on behalf of the applicant Marigrow Inc. With me here today, I have Mr. Akili Parnell, the CEO of the applicant Marigrow Inc., who is also an operational manager for the proposed dispensary. I have Gary Little from the Cola Group, one of the operational support providers, and will be a manager for the dispensary. MAI certified appraiser Joe Ryan, our security director and consultant Dan Farrell from Silver Star Protection, Jamie Magaliff, our architect, licensed architect, and our traffic expert Michael Worthman from KLOA Inc. I'll provide a brief overview of the proposal and then the process. I'll proceed through the witnesses. There are 1 or 2 here today who will testify by statement, and then others who will testify through direct examination. Marigrow Inc. proposes to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary within an existing 1-story building on the subject property located at 2573 to 81 North Lincoln Avenue. The property is zoned C23 in a motor vehicle related commercial district within the 43rd Ward. The City of Chicago Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards approved a map amendment to the property for Marigrow, and the City Council voted 47-1 in favor of the change from B3 to C2 for Marigrow for the express purpose, as disclosed to the City Council, that a cannabis dispensary was our intent. The applicant requires a special use per the ordinance to allow the applicant to establish its dispensary, which would be allowed then in accordance with 17-90129. This is also pursuant to the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, which is why we're before this board today. The applicant has received notice of the requirement from the special use from the zoning administrator through an official denial letter, and we have leased the property from the property owner Lincoln Avenue Properties Group LLC with the intent and desire to establish our dispensary. I have a prepared statement going into some detail about the property and our plans. I don't know if you'd rather hear from the witnesses first to move this along.
Yes, I'd much rather just hear it from the,
I-
I don't need to hear it twice from you and
I
then from
appreciate
your
it.
witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd first call Mr. Parnell. You've been sworn in. Mr. Parnell, could you state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Akili Parnell. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the applicant. My address is 2942 West North Avenue, apartment 5D, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
I believe in your process, you would like to read a prepared statement to the board, and then we'll proceed with the questions.
Yes, thank you. So as I mentioned before, I'm the CEO and co-founder of the applicant, Marigrow Inc. I'm an attorney. I attended Washington University in St. Louis, worked as an M&A and securities attorney for a few years, worked as in-house counsel at Green Thumb Industries, one of the largest cannabis companies in the country based in Chicago. I also worked as a civil rights attorney on economic and community development issues here in Chicago, including the cannabis industry. And actually about 3 years ago, myself and my partner, business partner, Gary Little, helped lead the creation of the first community benefits agreement in the cannabis industry. And my understanding, potentially the first in the city of Chicago, right here before the ZBA at the beginning of legalization. I'm also a board member of Chicago NORML and the Cannabis Equity Illinois Coalition, some of whom are here today in support. As a member of these organizations, I've helped lead some historic and groundbreaking work in the cannabis industry here in Illinois. But I've also worked on the issue of social equity at the national level. I work for one of the leading cannabis e-commerce and delivery platform companies called Lantern, which was spun out of Drizzly, the largest alcohol delivery service platform, which was acquired by Uber in October of 2022. In addition to working on market expansion and business development activities, I launched cannabis business incubators across the country, helping Black and Brown, women and veteran entrepreneurs start businesses in the cannabis industry. This includes work in Boston, Detroit, Denver, New Jersey, and some historic work in New York City. My work to advance racial equity and equity in the cannabis industry has been recognized by some of the largest publications and outlets in the country. And now I'm here today representing my own social equity company. We've been up against fierce competition for licensure, deadlines for the state, a challenging capital market, have raised capital and spent 4 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to get to this point. We've gone above and beyond what's required and above the standards that our competitors had to meet to get to this point. I know this because I work for some of them. But we're okay with that because we're committed to becoming the best in class operators of our own business as we have been for others. And we take this process seriously. We take the neighbors seriously. We take the process seriously, and we want to make good on our promises to the many community members who want us there, and we want the opportunity to win over those who don't. We've complied with what's been required of us. We have the support of the aldermen, the neighborhood association, and a 12-to-1 vote, which is unheard of, and the local chamber of commerce. But we're happy to have done all these things. We want to do things right and bring value to the community. And of course, we're excited about the opportunity to become a part of the community. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today and make our case for a special use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. What is your position with Marigrow?
My position with Marigrow is CEO and co-founder, also operational lead.
And do you plan on operating the dispensary?
Yes,
Will others be involved in operating the dispensary?
yes, others will be involved.
Is Gary Little with the Cola Group one of those individuals?
Yes, he is.
Is the entity minority owned?
Yes, it's minority owned, majority Black owned.
And it's a social equity applicant through the IDFBR process?
Yes, it is a social equity applicant.
And you've taken us through some of your experience with cannabis dispensaries and the positions you've held. Are you familiar with the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act?
Yes,
And you intend in the operation of your dispensary to comply with that act?
yes,
Will you comply with all provisions of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
yes,
Is the building presently zoned C23?
yes.
Now, Marigold went through a process to obtain that zoning. Could you tell us about that process?
Yes, we went through a lengthy zoning amendment process, which included a community meeting, which is my understanding not required by the zoning code. And we're able to obtain a zoning amendment. And then now we're here applying for special use.
The city council voted 47-1 in favor of that,
Yes,
and you disclosed throughout the entire process that you would be a cannabis dispensary,
yes,
and that change allowed you to apply for the special use.
yes.
Tell us about the community engagement process for the special use in a little detail.
Yeah, so we've been through a lengthy community engagement process. I actually started engaging with members of the community and the alderman, the former alderman, in October of 2021. That was Alderman Michelle Smith. We had a series of meetings. We met with the Wrightwood Neighbors Association. Shortly after that, I met with the 19th District. I believe I actually met a couple times. I met with the Chamber of Commerce, and then ultimately that culminated in a community meeting in connection with the zoning amendment on November of 2022. After that, we continued to have smaller group meetings, meetings with various stakeholders, and then we had our larger community meeting in connection with the application for a special use permit in June of this year.
And you've achieved a letter of support from the Alderman's office?
Yes,
You've achieved a letter of support from the Wrightwood Neighborhood Association?
yes,
You've achieved a letter of support from the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce?
yes,
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order, I wanted to make sure those were in the record.
They are.
Thank you, sir. You also agreed to a plan of operations with the Alderman's office.
yes. We agreed to a plan of operation that is robust and, to my knowledge, unprecedented in the cannabis industry in Illinois.
And
Yes,
that, and that provides quite a bit of redress to the neighborhood and conforms and restricts your operations, correct?
Yes, it does. And it was the result of meetings and discussions with community and neighborhood stakeholders and the Wrightwood Neighbors Association, and going above and beyond what's required under the state law and the city zoning code.
Tell us about the building you plan to go into. Oh, Mr. Chairman, my apologies. Is the plan of operation in the record?
That I'm not sure about.
I have copies here today, if we can introduce it. Is it possible to show the building pictures for their present? There we go. So tell us about this building. Have you leased it?
Yes, we've leased it.
Has it been vacant for a time?
Yes, my understanding is that it's been fully vacant since 2015 and partially vacant since 2012.
And it's approximately 4,150 square feet.
Yes,
And you're not required to have parking on premise?
No.
You have reserved several Spot Hero spots that you'll continue to reserve permanently?
Yes, the plan is to continually reserve those spots for customers.
And it's within walking distance of the CTA Fullerton stop for the red line, the purple line, and the brown line?
Yes,
And that you, as part of your continuing efforts to promote pedestrian safety, will have bike racks?
yes,
There's a bike lane along Lincoln Avenue there.
yes,
It's also serviced by the Lincoln Avenue bus.
yes,
It's within walking distance of the Halsted Street bus.
yes.
How big is the waiting area that you plan to have for this facility?
Yes, so the waiting area is 480 square feet.
And how big is the sales floor?
The sales floor is 1,446 square feet.
Now, you live in Chicago?
Yes,
You plan on hiring locally for the business?
yes,
Is it your goal to have a representative minority workforce?
yes,
Will staff be regulated by IDFPR through registration and background checks?
yes,
Will they participate in IDFPR required training for cannabis staff members?
yes.
What will your hours of operation be?
Initial hours of operation will be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And that's part of the plan of operation?
Yes, that's part of the plan of operation.
What products will you offer?
Regulated Illinois state regulated cannabis products.
Now, for surveillance security cameras, I know we have security experts, our operations expert here today, but just briefly, you'll have surveillance and security cameras.
Yes,
It will cover all entrances and exits.
yes,
The interior of the facility is completely monitored in accordance with state law.
yes,
The exterior is monitored.
yes,
The current building has no cameras. Correct?
yes, correct.
You have no exterior lighting right now on that building, but you plan to install it for safety.
Yes,
Will that security system be linked to local law enforcement in accordance with state law?
yes.
How will patrons enter the facility? Can we go to the walk-in there? Now to the south portion, this is oriented north to south, so that's fine. How will patrons enter the facility?
Yes, so the patrons will enter the facility through the southern entrance on North Lincoln Avenue.
Mm, How is that entrance staffed?
So that entrance is staffed by security personnel and this dispensary agent or reception.
And where's the exit for the facility at?
The exit for the facility is north on Lincoln Avenue, right there as shown on number 7 on the diagram.
And is that also monitored?
Yes, that's also monitored.
How is that monitored?
That will also be monitored by security personnel and cameras.
And as part of your operations, how will you store inventory?
Inventory will be stored in the vault in compliance with state laws and regulations.
And is that in a restricted access area?
Yes, that is a restricted access area.
How is it secured?
That is secured in a variety of ways, which my security personnel will elaborate on. And in addition, our personnel will ensure its security.
And how will deliveries to the facility take place?
Deliveries will occur through the delivery vestibule, through the east, northeast portion of the building as shown in the diagram, in utilization of a loading zone area that we intend to secure.
And is there surveillance at all times on that portion of the facility?
Yes, there's 100% surveillance.
And is there security at that facility, that portion of the facility?
Yes,
And there will be security for all deliveries?
yes, security will be present during all deliveries.
Customers by state law are only allowed to be 21 and over.
Yes,
They have to provide ID and are only admitted with ID.
yes.
The present condition of the building is, to put it lightly, deteriorated. What improvements are you planning to the facade?
Yes, we plan to make very significant improvements, upwards of $1 million to the improvement to the building, repairing the roof if ultimately required, which we expect it is, refreshing and repairing the building's facade, new lighting, security cameras, more, and renovation of portions of the interior.
Okay. Now, just to make sure, Mr. Chairman, we provided a series of affidavits along with our findings of fact. I want to make sure they're in the record.
Yes, I do have the affidavits, and also I went through my file and I did have the plan of operation as well.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Parnell, if you were to continue to testify here today, you would testify consistent with that affidavit that's been
Yes.
submitted? Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Parnell?
What I would say is, unless somebody jumps in, let's just go to the next witness and we'll address questions at the end of your case in chief.
Thank you very much, sir. Gary? We get his mic on? Test it out and just make sure.
Testing.
All right. Mr. Little, could you state your name and address for the record?
Gary Little,
355 North Halsted, Chicago, Illinois, 60661.
And you've already been sworn in.
Yes, I have.
So in helping with operations of Marigro's dispensary, what will you be in charge of?
I'll be in charge of the day-to-day operations for the organization.
And how are you involved in those operations?
I'm involved with them personally to make sure that the operations is following the regulatory requirements of the city and state.
Could you tell us a little bit about your background?
My background is I've got 3 years of cannabis experience operating 2 stores for Nature's Care, one of them in Chicago, Illinois at 810 West Randolph and the other one in Rolling Meadows.
And you presently work for the Cola Group?
Presently work for the Cola Group.
And
That's correct.
What does the Cola Group do?
Cola Group provides operational support for cannabis entities along with social equity plans that folks can implement successfully, as Achille Parnell referenced earlier.
Now, in your operations, running the 2 dispensaries you run now, what have your duties been?
My duties there are to make sure that we're compliant and make sure that the personnel are doing what they need to do on a daily basis.
You monitor the sourcing, the sales, the security operations, operating procedures, hiring, all of that?
Yes, all local operations for both entities, both in the city and in the suburbs, are my responsibility.
And you're familiar in your work with the City of Chicago Cannabis Zoning Ordinance
I am.
and with the State of Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act?
Yes, I am.
And that includes with the regulations for operating a dispensary.
That's correct.
You have a proven track record at your dispensary. Are there been any incidents at your dispensaries?
They have not.
What has been your experience with the impact on the neighborhood at your Chicago location?
The impact's been pretty positive. When we first opened, and that particular dispensary was the first one for Nature's Care in the city of Chicago. I was responsible for it going through zoning and being developed and operational procedures going forward. We had the same procedure. We went around and talked to all the neighborhood stakeholders and had support of the aldermen and got support of the local businesses as well.
And that's on West Randolph.
810 West Randolph, that's correct.
That neighborhood is a mixed-use residential commercial neighborhood?
That's correct.
And that's just the same as this neighborhood for the applicant here today?
That's correct as well.
What will Cola Group be doing in helping with the operations for Marigrow?
Cola Group will be assisting the exact same way we did at 810 West Randolph to help with the construction aspect of the facility, to help make sure we're compliant with any operations that are in accordance with IDFPR, Illinois State Police, and the city of Chicago.
And the Cola Group has a commitment to social equity as well, correct?
That's correct. We are actually a social equity partner with Nature's Care, and we're the social equity partner in the state. And we're also, as Keely mentioned before, we're a participant in helping Nature's Care bring forward the first community benefits agreement in the city of Chicago and in the country.
And that community benefits agreement received national attention
Yes, it did.
on NPR, the New York Times.
And Fortune magazine as well.
Thank you. Now, that commitment extends to your hiring process as well, correct?
That's correct.
That's involving hiring and retaining a significant number of employees who live in disproportionately impacted areas or otherwise meet the social equity criteria.
Yes, we had an extensive process of going to meeting people in the neighborhoods to make sure they had an opportunity in cannabis. And we went through and selected individuals who maybe sometimes had issues with their particular records, and we helped them clean their records up and become part of the process inside of cannabis.
And what will the compensation, the average compensation for the employees be?
The average compensation is $40,000. That includes benefits as well.
Health, vision, dental,
Health, vision, dental, that's correct.
retirement?
Retirement plan as well.
Okay, all right. You assisted in helping with the plans for this dispensary, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in doing that, did you select a location near public transportation?
We did.
And you've been in this neighborhood and walked around?
I have.
Is it a commercial corridor on
Yes, it
Lincoln
is.
Avenue?
I
Sorry, on Lincoln Avenue?
It is commercial corridor in Lincoln Avenue with businesses, restaurants.
And does the population density, in your opinion, support the need for the location of the dispensary?
The population density does support the need for a cannabis dispensary.
And the population density is one of the reasons you chose this location?
That's correct.
And your experience with this area is that most customers arrive on foot?
That's correct. There's a very robust transit system in the area, both by bus and rail.
Now, this facility is designated on this map into 3 color-coded areas. Those are the color-coded security areas as regulated by IDFPR, correct?
That's correct.
What are they?
Blue is your public access, meaning anyone can come in.
Green is your limited access, meaning that after you have had your ID securely identified that you're above 21 years old, you can proceed to that process. The purple is the restricted access, which means that you have to be a badged employee in order to be back in the purple area of the dispensary.
Now, as part of your experience in designing and helping design dispensaries, you've worked on these plans to ensure it's customer friendly,
Yes, I have.
and you've worked to ensure that there's ADA access,
Yes, we have.
and you will work strenuously to eliminate lines on the sidewalk and other areas around the dispensary.
That's correct.
Now, we've gone through some of the flow that Akili did, but for staffing, how will the entrance be manned off Lincoln Avenue?
For staffing, the entrance will be manned. There'll be one in the blue area where you're checking in. There'll be one customer service representative along with the security personnel.
And there's also security cameras in that area?
Yes, there's security cameras in every square inch of the facility with the exception of the restrooms.
And everyone entering submits ID?
Everyone must submit a government issued ID.
And
That's correct.
that's scanned?
That is scanned. That's correct.
The limited access areas, they're all monitored?
Yes, limited access areas are monitored.
And at the exit there on the west side of the building onto Lincoln, that's monitored as well?
Yes, it is.
And there's a security personnel by that door?
Yes, there will be.
And is there a security area for deliveries? How are the deliveries going to take place?
Deliveries will happen on the east side of the building. There's a delivery lane and we're going to have a delivery truck pull up. Security personnel will go out and meet the delivery truck when it gets there, and they'll bring them through the restricted access where we'll check in the delivery.
And that'll happen with any marijuana deliveries and any cash transfers, correct?
That's correct.
And that's always monitored.
That's correct.
And only authorized personnel have access to that restricted area?
That's correct.
And what goes on in the restricted area?
The management of cannabis, the management of cash, and any other employee personnel related issues that need to happen.
And is it your experience that the size and layout of this dispensary allows for the safe dispensing of cannabis?
Yes, it is.
It allows for safe product handling and storage?
Yes, it does.
And your goal is to enhance compliance, safety, and customer satisfaction?
That's correct.
The video surveillance is 24/7.
That's correct.
There's a sign alerting all customers that all that activity is recorded.
Yes.
The dispensary is going to be well lit.
Yes, it will.
The security personnel will monitor both the interior and the exterior of the building.
That's correct.
There are locking doors with key cards and barriers to prevent public access to those restricted access areas.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you care about the details on how cannabis is stored. We could talk about that and locking mechanisms, or we can proceed.
I think you can move on.
Thank you, sir. Now, you're going to have the services of a licensed private security agency run by a licensed private security contractor, correct?
That's correct.
Which agency is that?
Silver Star.
A little bit more, because it's part of the plan of operations as well, about the exterior monitoring. What kind of groundskeeping procedures will you employ?
Before open and close, we'll make sure that we walk the grounds, and if there's anything, any litter, debris, whatever, we'll clean it up.
And your plan of operations promises significant community engagement with regard to the neighborhood association and Friends of Jonquil Park?
Yes, it does.
You are going to meet the requirements imposed by state law for ventilation to ensure that no odors are detected outside the location or anywhere on adjacent property or the public right of way.
That's correct.
State regulation prohibits consumption on the premises.
That's correct.
Your security personnel will monitor and enforce that.
Yes,
No cannabis will be sold to someone without ID.
that's correct.
Comply with all city ordinances and state laws.
Yes,
You submitted an affidavit. If you were to continue testifying here today, you would testify consistent with that affidavit.
yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, Joe Ryan.
And the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe, you're a licensed real estate appraiser, and we've had your criteria, your expertise recognized. You were hired by the applicant in order to evaluate the subject property as well as the special use proposed for the subject property and the surrounding area in order to ensure and opine that the proposed operation of the dispensary at the subject site meets all of the standards and requirements for a special use under the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you prepared a report?
I did.
Mr. Chairman, that report is in the exhibits.
It is.
Thank you, sir. Did you have an opportunity to inspect the site and make those evaluations?
Yes,
And those observations were dictated and set forth in that report that you prepared?
yes, it was.
In that report, as part of your observations, you opined as to whether the proposed special use met the strict criteria for a special use under the zoning ordinance. Were those findings provided in the report?
Yes.
Could you tell us in short what your professional opinion is?
Yes, that I examined each of the criteria. The property will comply with the applicable zoning standards. The proposed use is within the interest of public convenience. It's located in a commercial corridor, high trafficked area. There will be plenty of access via public transportation and walk-up opportunities. The proposed use will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale. It's a one-story building. The area is dominated by 2- and 3-story mixed-use buildings. So the density is not an issue. It's compatible with the surrounding area in terms of hours of operation. 9 to 9 are typical business hours. Outdoor lighting will not be a problem. Noise and traffic generation was previously talked about and would be dealt with. Pedestrian safety and comfort will not be an issue. This is an area that has high traffic and auto traffic and pedestrian traffic. None of the other uses have personal service uses, banks, all of that are located in this area, and none of them have had pedestrian safety or comfort issues.
Thank you. The special use complies with the applicable zoning standards for a C2-3 classification.
Yes, it does.
This use is less intensive as a retail use than the restaurant.
Yes, it would be.
The building was vacant until now and will be occupied by the dispensary.
I understand it's a long-term vacancy, and that vacancy existed before COVID impacted retail uses along Lincoln Avenue.
And all these things are in the interest of public convenience and won't have an adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood.
Correct.
The building's compatible with the scale of the buildings in the area. You talked about that. But the improvements planned for the facade and the interior, I don't think we addressed. Are they compatible with the other mixed-use commercial buildings in the area?
The proposed changes to the exterior, interior of the building would be a significant upgrade to what is presently there.
But they are compatible with the use.
Oh, they would, yes, they would be compatible.
And the uses around that portion of the neighborhood, restaurants, auto repair, there's a theater, there are offices. Was that part of your observation?
Yes, it was.
So it's your opinion that this use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and design?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Parnell testified that the hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That was part of your report?
yes,
And the security is increased at this building. That adds security to the area, correct?
yes,
And the increased lighting at night makes things more visible and safer?
yes,
There's no amplified noise with this operation like there would be with the restaurant with cooking equipment.
no,
There's available street parking.
there is,
This use doesn't increase traffic congestion. I believe that was part of your report. Is that correct?
correct,
Not over a typical commercial use, correct?
correct.
So it's your opinion that the proposed use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, and noise and traffic generation?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you, sir. The existing commercial services use at the building has had as a restaurant, as a liquor store, and as I believe it's just a T-Mobile or a cell phone store along that corridor. That hasn't had any negative impact on pedestrian safety and comfort.
No,
Would this use have any impact on pedestrian safety and comfort?
no,
Would it increase pedestrian safety and comfort having a building that's been vacant now used,
I believe it would. Yes,
along with the exterior lighting that they're going to be adding?
correct.
The neighborhood has high pedestrian traffic due to the density of the residential use in the retail corridor.
Yes, it does.
There's a CTA bus that runs along North and South Halsted.
Yes.
There's a CTA bus that runs along Fullerton
East and west, yes.
and a Lincoln Avenue bus.
Yes.
And we talked about, there's a CTA brown line, purple line, and red line stop 2 blocks away at Fullerton.
2 blocks away and adjacent to the property to the east.
And so for those reasons, it's your opinion that the proposed special use is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
It would, I believe, yes.
Now, you researched crime statistics for medical and recreational cannabis dispensaries as part of your report, correct?
I did.
Medical dispensaries were licensed or authorized in 2013 and recreational dispensaries in 2020.
Correct.
And those have operated without any evidence of increased crime or diminished property values.
That's correct.
They haven't had a negative impact on the welfare of the communities they're located in.
No,
They haven't been injurious to public safety.
no,
In fact, they've increased public safety, correct?
I would think so, yes.
Now, if you were to continue to testify here today, you continue to testify consistent with the facts and opinions stated in your report?
I would.
Chairman, we call Dan Farrell, our security expert.
Test.
Dan, could you state your name and address for the record?
Dan Farrell, 295 North Melanie Court, Palatine, Illinois, 60067.
And Counselor, before you begin, you've touched on security with a few of your witnesses. So if you could just add, with him.
And this is a point of order, and I apologize, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Farrell's affidavit is part of the record. It is in the report. His testimony is incredibly detailed. It discusses at length, both with his testimony and his provided analysis of the security operations at the facility, a great level of detail about scanning systems, methods of operation, biometric procedures, how things are loaded and unloaded. To the extent we were going to have him do anything, he was going to basically read that affidavit and give it. If that's already in the record and will be part of the record.
It is in the record, and I think what you can do is you can highlight, and what I would say is highlight the things, whatever you want to highlight, but beyond what you've already gone through with your other witnesses as well, because you've talked about the security cameras, you've talked about the security of the building, the lighting, and those things. So if there's specific things that you want to highlight with your witness, I'm okay with that, but I don't need to hear the same testimony for the third time now.
I appreciate that, sir. Dan, could you tell us your qualifications?
So I'm the owner of Silver Star Protection Group. We've been providing security services specifically to the cannabis industry since the inception of the program in Illinois in 2015. My company has over 400 employees, over 5 states, representing over 125 different cannabis locations. We write applications, we consult, we put cameras in, security guards. We bring a tremendous amount of experience to this field.
You've testified before the ZBA before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
20.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have his expertise recognized.
The board recognizes his expertise based on many past appearances.
And I've been here many years and I've seen him.
Been here 12 years, and I've probably seen him every time he's been here. So
Okay.
I will
Thank you, sir.
testify to that.
Dan, you've heard the testimony we've prepared on security. You have heard and provided your affidavit and your security report, which is part of the record. Is there anything you'd like to add about security?
No, I think these guys are very strong operators. What should be added is Gary and I have a working relationship at Nature's Care. I've been working with Gary day in and day out. We've had no incidents.
Thank you, Dan. Mr. Chairman, we'd like to call Jamie Magalith.
Okay.
Morning,
Jamie, would you state your name and address for the record?
Jamie Magalith, 311 Florence Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
And you've testified before the ZBA before?
Yes, I have.
You are a licensed architect?
Yes, in the state of Illinois.
Brevity and
I mean, we don't need to recognize the architect.
Thank you, sir.
for the special use, so you can just go on.
You're the architect that designed the applicant's proposed dispensary,
Yes,
and you're familiar with the facilities in that proposed design?
yes, I am.
As part of your design, you reviewed the area where the facility was located?
Yes,
And the surrounding blocks?
yes,
You developed and submitted the plans that are before the board today?
yes, I have.
The drawings submitted to the board, you drafted those?
Yes,
And the site is presently zone C23?
correct.
You're familiar with the zoning ordinance and the IDFPR regulations for a cannabis dispensary?
Yes, I am.
And did this design that you provided complies with the provisions of the Chicago zoning ordinance,
Yes, it does.
along with the building code,
Yes,
the state of Illinois regulations,
yes,
cannabis tax act?
yes.
How would you characterize the area around the facility?
Mixed use, commercial corridor, high traffic, quite pedestrian friendly.
What's it filled with?
Restaurants, other retail locations, residential to the north, park to the west.
There's a CTA station 2 blocks to the south,
Yes,
Halsted, Lincoln Avenue buses.
yes.
There's street parking surrounding the location.
There is metered and unmetered.
The proposed improvements involve the interior work and facade upgrades.
Yes, that's correct. And a little bit of landscape work along Wrightwood Avenue.
And those will facilitate the safe and efficient operation of the dispensary.
Yes,
This is the reuse of an existing building.
yes,
It's been vacant since 2015.
yes,
That single-story building is going to remain, correct?
correct. No footprint changes, no elevation or height changes.
And the reuse and design are compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes,
Would you like her to walk you through the flow diagram, or have we heard that enough?
I don't think we need it. We're here for a special use.
Thank you, sir. So we have for Jamie. Jamie, you provided an affidavit, and if you were to continue to testify today, you'd continue to testify consistent with that affidavit.
yes, I would.
Mr. Chairman, we have Michael Worthman here, our traffic expert. Now, his report came in after we submitted the finding of fact. He would testify consistent with all the other traffic testimony you've heard today. I have his report and I'd like to have it admitted to the record, but understanding the rules of procedure, I'm not sure that that's going to happen, but we do have him here to testify in rebuttal. He did perform an extensive traffic study, and if there are any issues concerning traffic, we'd like to call him as a rebuttal witness.
Yeah, you can call him as a rebuttal witness. Do you have copies of his report?
I do, sir.
All right. I mean, just looking at the report right now,
appreciate
I'm just noting that a lot of the things that are in here, Mr. Ryan has testified to as well.
Correct.
Okay, have you finished with all of your witnesses for your case in chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alderman Knutson, I know that you're here. Did you want to wait until the end? Okay. All right, so at this time, we will go to counsel for the objectors, and the objectors, please proceed.
Yes, good morning. And for the record, again, my name is Michael Rediger. We represent the objectors, Neighbors Against Marijuana, Inc. Some of them are here today. As the argument I made in my original motion for a continuance, I'll just reiterate, there's probably nothing worse a government entity can do than to silence its citizens. And that's effectively what the board has done today by denying
Counsel.
my motion. If I may be heard, sir.
Excuse me, counsel. I'm going to interrupt you. We've addressed the continuance. I've made my ruling. Move on to your witnesses.
Well, it needs to be stated that nothing stated here by my clients is to be considered a waiver of their objections to their violation of their due process rights today, nor is it a waiver of their appellate rights in regards to this hearing.
Noted.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to call my first witness. Paul Link. Paul, can you tell the members of the board here as best you can? I understand we're a little disorganized today. due to the courts or the board's previous ruling. Describe for them what your objections are.
Sir, first,
Case, basically.
sir, can you, you stated your name. Can you also state your address, please?
1132 West Montana Street, Chicago.
And state the principal place of business.
On the name? Yeah, could you spell your name, please?
Last name is Link. Oh, what's the next question?
Name the organization.
Oh, the name of the organization is Neighbors Against a Marijuana Dispensary at 2573-81 Lincoln, Inc. The objection is that, and again, I'm not an attorney, and this is just a small part of what our attorney would prepare in opposition to this, but there are at least two of the 5 criteria that the applicant needs to satisfy. We believe they don't satisfy. One is that they can't negatively impact pedestrian safety. There are many school children that walk past that location to and from school every day, immediately adjacent to that address. The applicant is required to have security. The reason they need to have security is because there's an increased risk of crime. By definition, by the increased risk of crime, that doesn't positively impact the pedestrian safety, it negatively impacts it. If there's going to be, if there's ever a need for that armed security, there may be school children walking by who could be caught in crossfire, just as an example. Certainly it isn't not a negative impact on pedestrian safety. The other thing is that those same school children walk through the park across the street from the school. Same answer. They also play in that park. There are many children other than school children that play in that park. There's a young children's play lot across from the park. There certainly isn't going to be less marijuana smoking in that park because the dispensary's there. The best it could be is the same, and it'll probably be worse. That isn't good for school children. And that leads into one of the other criteria that they don't meet, and is they can't negatively impact the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. And both of those things, negative, that I already explained, negatively impact the general welfare of the neighborhood and community.
Just so the record's clear, we had, at least at a minimum, 2 other witnesses. One of our witnesses had to leave. She wasn't able to prepare for a full hearing today as our continuance was denied. So she had to leave. So that's all we have for you.
Council, did you have any questions for any of the applicant's witnesses?
No, we stand on our motion for a continuance and our objection to the due process.
Okay.
I have a question for the witness. So you mentioned that school children will be walking by the cannabis, right?
They do walk by.
Okay. Do they not walk by quite a few other school children throughout the city? Because we have issued quite a few special uses for cannabis throughout the city, not just in Lincoln Park, but Jefferson Park, in, you know, other neighborhoods throughout the city, Rogers Park, you name it. And I know for a fact that school children have been walking by these other cannabises in other neighborhoods. And I haven't, you know, I have not experienced or seen or heard of any children in crossfires in front of cannabis. So why do you think it's going to happen in Lincoln Park when it's not happening on the south side or the west side or the northwest side or the far north side? I just haven't heard it.
The
Why do you
objection-
think it's going to happen here? and it
Objection to
has
the
not
form of,
happened in any other neighborhood.
objection to the form of the question. I'm not sure that it even is a question. I mean,
It is a
as far as it is a statement.
Why do you think he stated it? Now I want an answer, so I know how to vote on this. Maybe I don't know something. Maybe there's something different in Lincoln Park than there is in Rogers Park or Jefferson Park or other neighborhoods. Please educate me.
Sure.
Why do you think it's going to happen on Lincoln
Well,
Park?
as you said, as far as you know, it hasn't happened. We don't have an exhaustive report on what.
Oh, if there was a shooting, it would be reported in front
Well,
of candidates.
and it may have been, but neither of us may have heard about it.
And-
it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And we have tons of expert witnesses here on in extraordinary detail on traffic and security and things like that. If we're going to base a decision based on that theory, then I think we need a report on it. And I'm not just saying that. I truly don't know if that's the case, but I do know this for sure. I know that if the reason that they have security is because if they don't think that there's an increased likelihood of crime because that business is there, then why do they need the security? They need the security because of the increased probability of crime.
Don't all banks have security?
Pardon me?
All banks have security. I mean, other businesses have security. I know there are restaurant bars that have security. A lot of restaurants and bars have security. A lot of all banks have security. So yes, cannabis have security.
Well,
So again, I want to understand why you think it's going to, be detrimental to Lincoln Park. That's all I want to get my head around.
And we would have been happy to provide that for you had we been granted a continuance and we could address those issues. My client, is doing the best he can, given the short period of
This is just
notice
his opinion.
and his
This is
lack
his-
of being able to go through the FOI, the Freedom of Information Act information, that we were just provided yesterday. So
I've heard your objection, but if
One response to
if the witness, can you answer the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
please.
going to make one response to that. If you have armed security, can we agree that it's because there's an increased risk of crime?
Again, I think that, a lot of owners of businesses just are being good neighbors, bringing in security. You know what I mean? Again, I know a lot of restaurant bars bring in security. Obviously, banks bring in security. It's being a good neighbor. Just, being a good, it's like having an insurance policy.
Well, I hear of instances all the time on the news of banks getting robbed in their shootings, and they have armed security. So that doesn't mean that it won't, if you want some evidence that can happen even in a bank, you have it on the news all the time.
Well, I mean, it's in
So-
society. It happens all the time.
Right,
It
right. And it
happens,
can
right?
happen here. And if you're doing something that increases the probability of that happening, then that's not a positive. That's a negative.
So then we
impact.
just should not open no more businesses, you know what I mean? No more banks, no more restaurant bars, just no one should come to Lincoln Park then? Just because you just, because if they're going to bring in security, just don't come there? I'm just asking. I'm trying to get my head around this.
Yeah,
Is this a Lincoln Park thing?
What I'm
I mean,
saying-
I just want to know, you know what I mean? Because I got to think of all 77 communities
Sure,
when I make a
sure.
decision. So I think of all 77 communities. I just want to know, is there something different about Lincoln Park that I'm missing?
What I'm saying is what I'm saying would be true of any location.
Oh, so we shouldn't open cannabis business anywhere in the city of Chicago?
No, I'm
That's what you're
saying,
But by law, they can open, right? So if you're saying you shouldn't do it in Lincoln Park, you're saying we shouldn't do it in any of the 77 communities because children will walk by it.
well, I think that there's 5 criteria that have to be met for a special use. And one of them
Like
is
how
you
you're
can't-
bridging. But again, you're
And you
not answering
can't-
my question.
That's what I started with. And you can't negatively impact pedestrian safety. And if you're just logic, if you have armed security because there's an increased probability of crime, then you're negatively impacting pedestrian safety. It's just a logical conclusion.
Okay, so you just think they should not open any of our 77 communities or just this community?
My answer.
Just this community.
well, he's only from this community, right?
I
He
get
can't
it,
speak
I
for
get it,
other,
but-
because you
but-
get
but
it?
The point is,
Get
it's
why we're here?
77 communities. I'm here to think for all 77 communities and be fair to all 77 communities.
And that's up to you, not up to my client. My client's fighting for his community,
I got it,
not the
just
rest,
asking. I'm just-
right?
There might just be something special in this community that I'm missing.
Hold
That's
up.
all.
Actually, he's at 1132 West Montana, right? How far is that from the dispensary, the proposed dispensary at 2573 to 81 North Lincoln?
3 or 4 blocks.
Yeah, it's west of Sheffield, almost by Racine. And we're on Lincoln Avenue by Sheffield. Okay. I know my communities.
I have a question, Mr. Link. Did you participate in any of the community meetings related to this dispensary?
Only that I wasn't part of the one for the zoning change that was at the end of last year, but I did go to the community meeting because I don't know that I ever heard about that one. It wasn't on my radar screen. I kind of heard about it after the fact. But the one on June 1st or 2nd, I went to that one.
Okay, and the one that you're referring to was for what?
For the special use.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you went to the community meeting on June 1st or 2nd for the special use for this dispensary?
Correct.
Okay, and tell me about that community meeting. What was discussed at the meeting?
Well, there was they had a presentation and then there wasn't really room for comment. And my understanding is it a community meeting by ordinance is required for public comment. Public comment wasn't allowed. It was actually stifled. There was only room for questions and very limited amount at that, one question per person. So the couple of people who got up to speak and make comment were told that they didn't have a question, they couldn't say anything.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to ask a question?
I had the opportunity. I tried to make a comment and was cut off.
Go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, because I think you mentioned earlier the FOIA was requested late because no one of the organization was aware, but you said you went to a meeting in June. So I'm just trying to get some
Sure. So
timeline.
we went to the meeting in June. The applicant had an opportunity to go to the zoning board of appeal. Well, you don't retain counsel until you know something's going to happen. And you don't retain counsel and have them start doing discovery, hiring expert witnesses, spending thousands and thousands of dollars until you know something's going to happen. After that June 1st or 2nd meeting, there was a ZBA meeting in June. They didn't show up for that, or they didn't apply to be at that one. There was another one in July. They didn't come to be at that one either. It could have continued forever. Maybe they would never come here. So when we learned 2 weeks ago, only 2 weeks ago, that they were going to be coming to this zoning board of appeal meeting, we retained our attorney a week later. He almost immediately submitted the FOIA request. By Wednesday, he hadn't received the results of the FOIA. He sent another letter to the ZBA saying that he hadn't received it yet, and then he finally received it. There's no time to prepare with 1 or 2 days notice a proper opposition to something like this, especially when they have expert witnesses and so on.
And I have a follow-up question just about the entity that you're representing. Are you guys what is the organization called? Something against marijuana, whatever it was called. Is it just for this community or is it a citywide organization?
Just for this applicant,
Okay.
for this.
Is that your organization? What's your position in the organization?
I'm the treasurer
The treasurer?
and a director.
And how many officers are there in the corporation?
There's 3.
There's 3. And you're one of them as the treasurer, correct?
Yes.
So there's 2 others. And what are the names of the 2 others?
Joyce, I will be sharing at this point. Yeah, okay. Can't see that there. You can't see that. Yeah, okay. Sandeep Gupta and Paula Thornton.
Could you spell was it Sanjeet?
Sandeep, Sandeep.
And his last name was Gupta?
Yes.
And then the other person?
Paula Thornton.
And how do you spell Thornton?
Thornton.
And do you know the addresses of Sandeep Gupta or Paula Thornton?
I don't.
Do you know if they live within 250 feet of the proposed dispensary?
I don't know for sure.
And by what you told us, you don't live within 250 feet of the proposed dispensary, true?
Correct. But I will add that there's many people who supported the organization that may. I don't keep track of where they all live, but
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say support the organization, what do you mean by that?
funding it.
But not actually a part of the organization?
Yeah, they're not officers or directors.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Did you have any rebuttal?
Well, I guess for Mr. Link, I'd like to just confirm that they decided to wait until they found out we were going to be on an agenda to hire an attorney, but had an opportunity to hire an attorney before that.
I think I think that testimony came out.
You think it's there? Okay.
I think I think
just
it's
wanna
in the
make sure.
record.
Thank you.
And
then if the Alderman would like to address anything, I'd also ask him to address the public meeting forum and the fact that people were given an opportunity to speak.
all right, at this point, we've concluded the testimony, and we are gonna turn to Alderman Knudsen for his remarks, and then we'll take it under advisement. Oh. Oh, there we go.
Great. And thank you, everyone. I'm happy to take questions from the board afterwards if there are clarifying issues at hand. So good morning. My name is Timmy Knudsen. I'm the 43rd Ward Alderman. I'm joined today by Isabella Coria, the new head of zoning and development in the 43rd Ward. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of my community and provide any context on the process we underwent regarding Marigrow Inc. and their proposed dispensary in the 43rd Ward. For the last 2 years, the 43rd Ward office, Wrightwood Neighbors Association, and the applicant have worked in conjunction with one another to fully vet this proposal. This concludes a deep community engagement process, feedback, and finally, negotiation of a plan of operations that makes clear certain commitments the applicant has made to the surrounding community. This process involved multiple community meetings as well as digital outreach as discussed. In response to the feedback we received, the applicant's leadership team constructively engaged to address the concerns raised by the community, resulting in this plan of operations that we have today. Our support and ZBA's approval will be tied to the plan of operations, which ensures that this product is fully tied to public convenience and will not have a significant impact on the general welfare of the community. In fact, the project filling a storefront that has been vacant and had issues for years will increase pedestrian and neighborhood comfort. The first community meeting last fall was regarding the zoning map amendment and was attended by over 100 neighbors virtually. I also want to note, we have written this in our newsletter that's widely read. Like I said, it goes out to about 26,000 residents each week with an over 55% open rate. And we've written about this in a good chunk of our newsletters. The second community meeting regarding the special use application was attended by 120 people in person and 60 virtually. Each of these meetings featured extensive question and answer, which allowed neighbors to address and question the applicant. We also had conversations with many community members afterwards. After each meeting, my office met with and solicited feedback from the Wrightwood Neighbors Association, who has championed the community incredibly throughout this process. After the lengthy negotiation of the plan of operations, Wrightwood Neighbor Association's board voted 12-1 to support the special use application. Their support was sent out to members several weeks ago and has been covered in the local media. In addition, the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce is in support of this commitment and has already started projects in the adjacent transit-served corridor as a part of a general revitalization of this corridor that we need, whether or not this special use is granted today. The lengthy plan of operation, which you all have and has been sent by Wrightwood in our nearly 30,000 resident email list, includes how Marigrow will operate its business, what security measures it will take, the design of the storefront, and its participation in the community. A key element of their commitment to boost and continue the vitality of Jonquil Park, the filling of the vacant property at the old Salt and Pepper Diner, and a community agreement to downzone the property upon a future change of use. We are confident that this plan of operation is one of the most intensely negotiated in the city and will lead to a productive relationship between the community and the applicant. Furthermore, the security measures that Marigrow has committed to go far beyond what is required by law This, combined with Marigro's solid financial foundation, helped inspire confidence that filling a long-term vacancy and neglected property will be a significant improvement to the safety of our community. Finally, it is important to note that Marigro was among the city's first social equity applicants for a cannabis license. As social equity ownership of dispensaries lags relative to the program's intent, the arrival of this establishment in Lincoln Park represents a step towards addressing historic wealth disparities and segregation that continue to pose challenges within our city. Throughout this lengthy process, I've really appreciated the countless productive conversations with neighbors on both sides of the issue. These are people who care deeply about the future of our community. The 43rd Ward is lucky to have a very engaged community that cares deeply about our future. With the feedback from residents on both sides, including some residents that were neutral on the end result, this was essential to building the healthy plan that is before you today and tied to a special use approval. So in closing, I'm pleased to stand in strong support of this special use application for Marigro Inc. It surpasses all of the special use standards required by your board. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the board?
I have one question for the Alderman. Alderman, do you think school children are going to be in harm's way? I really got to know that because you know your community better than I do. So I'm just trying to, again, I think I'm well rehearsed and know all these neighborhoods and hear everything that goes on in these neighborhoods. Again, I have not heard of any children being in harm's way in front of cannabis, like I said, in the Rogers Park or Jefferson Park neighborhoods or any other neighborhood, our 77 communities. But do you think school children are going to be in harm's way here in Lincoln Park because of this cannabis?
I think the law that is required on these special use permits addresses it specifically. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but there is no special use cannabis dispensary permitted to open within 500 feet.
That's true.
Of a school. They, of course, have passed that threshold. We're very lucky to have many schools in the 43rd Ward in what's a denser area, so a tighter geography. But the applicant has shown good faith throughout this process on their security measures. We've had in-depth conversations on making sure the security measure is also not intimidating. And with the hours starting after school open, this just isn't a concern we heard from all that many members of the community.
I mean, I just wanted to make sure I addressed that because if they are in harm's way, then, I obviously have to think this through. But that's why I'm asking you because no one knows the neighborhood better than you. So
yeah,
again,
what I would say is, we're advocating pretty intensely right now for increased police staffing and patrol throughout the ward.
Exactly.
I don't think that this adds an extra element to what the work we're already doing.
Thank you, Alderman.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, at this time, we will take this matter under advisement. I want to thank both the applicant and the objectors for being here today and the alderman, and we will take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Going back to regular order, case 258-23D, 259-23D, 260-23D, 2019 West Washington.
All right, good morning. Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Bruce Ross. I'm at 2033 West Washington Boulevard, Chicago 60612.
Okay, and are you the applicant for these matters?
Yes.
Okay, And what's your relationship to Ross Brothers Construction?
Founder.
You're the founder. Okay. So you're here for some variations, and can you tell me, describe to me what you're looking for and why you need this relief granted?
Sure. So what we're looking to do is build a 4-unit building on this particular lot. The adjacent property has already been built. There's a unit that you can see that's been built by a different party. The variance that we're looking for is for the parking spaces. There's 4 units, but there's 3 parking spaces available basically. So we're looking for that convenience to be able to build the 4th unit. The way we see it is that with the availability of public transportation, the train stop that's coming at Damon and Lake Street, as well as the grocery stores and the CTA transits and the bike lanes and everything else, that most units, not just at this property, but within the city of Chicago, utilize about 50% of the parking spaces in general. So we see this as more of a convenience factor to build more units versus building less.
Can you tell us what the hardship is? Why you need this in order to grant a variation, you have to be able to articulate a hardship with regard to the property as to why you need this relief. So can you explain that?
So the hardship is effectively, especially it's not just financial, but I think it's mostly from the perspective of having a number of units. So we really want to build the 4th unit versus having a 3-unit building or a duplex type building. Because of that requirement, it is also financial as well. Building the 4th unit will allow us to, from a budgeting perspective, be able to build and service the community a little bit better, because we can fill the financial need from the building perspective as prices have gone up, as well as fill the void for the city of having enough units available in general.
When I went through your application or your findings of fact, one of the things that you indicated there was that you could still make a reasonable return if you were only allowed to build the 3 units. And that's true, correct?
That is true, yes.
Okay. I mean, I've heard you articulate one reason for, build the 4th unit so you can make some more money on the project, but that's not a basis for a hardship. I need something else.
Sure.
So give me something else.
Okay. So from a lot perspective,
well, how about that? Is there a housing stock shortage?
Yeah. So from the city of Chicago perspective, just in general, I know that units are rarely available, right? So that's one of the main reasons too for building a 4th unit versus building a duplex unit, because most of what you'll see, especially in this area, is you're going to see 2 duplexed up properties, right? A duplex up, a duplex down, so you have 2 units effectively sold at a higher price to more affluent buyers. What we're looking to do is really provide more units to the neighborhood. From a community perspective, my family's been in this neighborhood specifically since 1945, right? So we,
There's a need for more units in the neighborhood.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Just one question, so just get my head around it. So the hardship is we need more
units.
more units for residents in the community, right? That's the
Yes,
hardship?
that is.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Kupiec, you have no objectors and you can have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney, offices 77 West Washington. Represent the applicant, Yeshel Neverez, 2 seats down. Also present here, her husband, Michael, and Chester, the project architect. And just a brief overview, we're asking for 2 variations because we're building 2 porches, a front porch and a rear porch. And the variation on the front variations for the front porch, and it's because it's an old house with an old porch, and stairs are allowed as an obstruction in the front setback, but provided they're not more than 6 feet above grade. We have an old house where the front door is more than 6 feet high. The old porch was more than 6 feet high, so the new front porch has to be more than 6 feet high. That's the front variation. And the side variation, the assessor says this house is 140 years old. The house itself is only set back 1.25 on the west, and the rear porch, the old rear porch, followed the wall of the house straight back. And we're asking for permission for the new rear porch to follow the wall of the building straight back. Yeshel, would you, in that microphone, state your name and your address?
Giselle Navarez, and my address is 446 West 42nd Street.
Oh, you know, would everyone who's going to testify raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you.
Good. And Yeshel, you are the owner of the subject property?
yes, I am.
And is that correct? We're here for zoning permission because you want to replace the front porch and you want to replace the rear porch?
Yes,
And Yeshel, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today that I filed on your behalf?
yes,
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. Chester, would you state your name, address, occupation?
My name is Chester Klebeck, the project architect for this particular address. My address is 1151 South Taylor Avenue, Oak Park, Illinois.
Good. Chester, and you're the project architect?
Yes, that's correct.
And Chester, was I correct generally that we need these variations in order to replace the front porch and replace the rear porch?
Yes,
And did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. And we brought Yeshel's husband here just for moral support. His testimony would be similar if called to testify.
Any questions from the board?
Esposito, this is Commissioner Esposito. Would you just briefly describe how you became aware of the potential violation? What is the process? Because it appears this is partially built. Is that correct?
Sure. Michelle, just to give them the background, is that back porch built?
Yes.
Good. Did you build it yourself personally?
No, I did not.
Did you hire a contractor to build it?
Yes, we did.
Did you pay him money?
Yes, we
Did
did.
you trust him to get proper permits for that porch?
Yes, we did.
Did you later learn that he did not get a proper permit
Yes, we
and
did.
certainly got no zoning board permission to replace that porch?
Yes, we did.
Even though he built the new porch roughly in the same spot as the old porch,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
So when you found out about the variations, you hired a new architect,
yes,
told that you needed the zoning board permission, and that's
yes,
why you filed the case.
yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry.
All right, any other questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Correct. 26222 Kansas City.
All right. Objectors? Okay. Looks like we've got objectors. Huh? All right, would everyone planning to testify today, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Ma'am, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Lori Watson. My address is 556 East 87th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60619.
Okay, and you are the applicant, correct?
Yes.
And tell us what brings you here today, why you need the variation.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. I've given my name. I had this prepared so that I would stick to task. My husband, Johnny Watson, and I are property owners of a single-family residence located at 556 East 87th Street in a RS3 residential, single-unit, detached house district, and I will be serving as the applicant's representative. My husband's family has resided at this address for approximately 60 years. I have been living there for the past 7 years. And we are seeking approval of 2 variation applications in order to add an additional parking space to our existing 2-car garage. I am seeking variation approval to increase the area occupied by an accessory building and a required rear setback from 647 square feet to 687 square feet, not more than 10%. I am also seeking variation approval to reduce the required rear yard opening space from 251 square feet to, in order to allow a 1-story addition to an existing 2-car detached garage in the rear of an existing single-family residence. We have filed the findings of fact for both variation applications along with the respective architectural drawings and survey. With me today is Mr. Kareem Masari, my land use consultant, who assisted me in the application process. Should the chairman or members of the board have any questions for he or I, we are available to answer them.
Yeah, if one of you could articulate the hardship for why you need the variation.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Again, Kareem Musawir. I have to say, I'm not an attorney. I'm a land use consultant. My attorney friends told me I have to do that. So I'm Ms. Watson and her husband have the existing single-family residence. In order to attach an additional 1-car garage to the existing 2-car garage, it requires the variation to reduce the rear yard open space and to increase this area allowed for construction in the rear yard. The existing garage is actually the problem because it opens onto South St. Lawrence Avenue. In the event that it was situated along the alley and having access from the alley, then this addition could have been added to that garage from the wall of the existing garage and then accessed through the alleys as well.
So you would have been able to add the 3rd garage space as of right, if the garage access the alley as opposed to the street?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Does the width of the lot allow for a 3-car garage across the alley? Yes, Mr. Commissioner, in the event that the existing garage would have been situated on his property, on his west property line, then there would have been enough space for
3 cars.
For the way that you're, do you need an additional curb cut as well?
Increase the curb cut.
The additional garage could be accessed from the existing curb cut, but the Department of Transportation may require us to widen that curb cut a little bit.
All right, any other questions from the board before we go to the objectors?
Could you describe the conversations you've had with your neighbors about this proposed project?
Yes, I spoke with my 2 neighbors yesterday. Their concern was that when we build, that it would block the view. But prior to wanting to do this, there was a patio area that existed and like a little storage thing at the back of it. That same space is what we will be using. We're not going to obstruct the view any more than it was before we removed the little storage thing that was at the back. So it's not gonna close off. We had already tore the patio part up in those pictures.
So
And
you had a structure attached to the garage already? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
All right, let's turn to the objectors. Whoever's going to speak first, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Miss Thomas. I'm at 552 East 87th Street, right next door.
Okay,
And after
For Ms. Thomas, could you give us your first name as well?
Stacy Thomas,
Stacy Thomas, and your address?
552 East 87th Street.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And after speaking with Miss Watson yesterday, and she explained what, their plans are and everything, and we made some contingency agreements, and so we're fine. So a continuance now that we have more information.
Oh, okay. So now that you've heard what the project is, you understand it, and you don't have an objection?
Not at this point. no.
Okay. Ma'am, could you state your name and address as well?
Ms. Gwendolyn Davis, and I got this in my mail, and it has my PIN number on it. And anything that have my PIN number on it, I'm very want to know, I really want to know what it's about. So this is my house. I've been living here all my life.
Could you state your address, please?
548 East 87th Street,
Okay.
60619. And I've been living here all my life. Ever since I've been born, I've been living here. It was my mother's house, my auntie's house. It's been inherited to me. And anything that have my house tax on it, I want to know what it's about.
That's good.
And that's why I'm down here. Okay? And I want to know what it's about.
Okay, and having heard what the project is about, do you have an objection to it?
No, long as it don't change anything, I'm good with it.
Right. Okay, yeah, the reason that your pin is on there is just because she had to provide notice to all the property owners within 250 feet. And so it's not that it's anything affecting your property specifically. The relief is with regard to Miss Watson's property. So it's not on with respect to your property.
Okay, well, good.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so then this would not be categorized as objectors. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, we do not have objectors.
Thank you.
Next case, 264. Clark Street, first floor.
Morning. All right, before we begin, I will read the Department of Planning's recommendation. Oh, actually, Nancy Radzovich will do it for me. Nancy, first, let me get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Please go ahead and read the department's recommendation.
I'll state my name and title and everything.
Yes,
Nancy
yes.
Resovich. I'm an assistant commissioner with the zoning bureau in the Department of Planning and Development. And I'm actually going to allow my, our new staff person, Joe Pena, to read the recommendation today. So if you want to swear her in.
Good morning, Chairman.
Oh, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barber shop, provided the site is consistent with the proposed parking plan dated August 10, 2023, prepared by Andrew Wang, architect. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the barber shop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed barber shop is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, great. Good morning, sir. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Frank Schnitzler, 208 Mainsail Drive in Third Lake, Illinois, 60030.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay, you're here to obtain a special use to establish a barber shop, correct?
Yes, to take over an existing barbershop.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience in the barbershop industry?
Yes, I'm a Sport Clips franchisee. This would be the 8th barbershop, all under the Sport Clips label. Been in the industry for 8 years.
And what are the hours that you intend to maintain?
We open at 9, we close at 7 during weekdays. We're closed on Sundays. We are open from 9 to 5 on Saturdays.
And all of the barbers will be licensed?
Yes.
How many employees do you intend on having?
5.
Any questions from the board? I think we have everything we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
4 cases, 522, 622, 722, 822, 1419, 100.
All right, good morning, Counselor Manick. You don't have any objectors. Could everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, short form. Introduce
please.
it briefly and then swear to the affidavits.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of Maurice Sochat, the applicant for the variations before you. We are also joined by Jaime Gascon, who is the project architect. The applicant purchased a property located at 1419 West Henderson in 2011. The property is improved with a legal non-conforming 3-story multi-family residential building with basement that contains 3 dwelling units. The property's third dwelling unit does not have current code compliant circulation areas in the form of ceiling height, and the applicant simply seeks to construct a dormer on the west side of the building in order to give this unit better livable space that's compliant with current code requirements. Variations are consistent with the character of the block, as the block is predominantly multifamily. The dormer will simply follow existing setbacks of the building. Every building on the same side of the block has a non-conforming similar lesser west side setback. And 29 out of the 34 buildings have 3 stories, with 11 of them having third floor dormers. Given the applicant is simply trying to bring the existing dwelling unit into code compliant conditions to enhance livability of this housing option, the legal non-conforming building is the unique condition that acts as a hardship here. Lastly, the applicant has met with each of the adjacent neighbors who've given letters of support, which are in the findings of fact, as well as the 44th Ward and 32nd Ward aldermen, since this property switched over in the remapping.
They are in the file and it's noted.
At this time, I'll call Mr. Sochat as a witness. Please state your name for the record.
Maurice Sochat?
And you're the owner of the property?
Yes.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with your findings of fact?
Yes.
And the affidavit, the statements you made in the affidavit are true and correct?
Yes.
And you adopt as your testimony here today, the testimony you provided in that affidavit?
Yes.
If there's any further questions from the board, I'll move on to Mr. Gascon.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gascon, please state your name for the record.
Jaime Gascon,
And you're the project architect?
that is correct.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact today?
Yes,
And the statements you made in that affidavit are true and correct?
yes,
And you adopt as your testimony here today, the testimony you provided in that affidavit?
yes.
That concludes the presentation of our case.
All right, any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 269-23Z, 5065 North Kimberly.
All right, good morning, Counselor Augustine.
Good morning.
Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Augustine, short form.
All right. Again, Fred Augustine with the Law Offices of Augustine Associates LLC. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Julio Barahona. Applicant owns property at 5065 North Kimberly. It's currently vacant. Applicant does propose to build a new single-family residence, which requires variations. We are here seeking to reduce the south side setback from the required minimum 2 feet to 1 feet, combined sign setback from the required 4.6 feet to 4 feet. Here with me this morning is Julio Barahona and his wife, Jamie. Just brief history. Applicant also owns the adjacent property at 5067.
Yeah, this was a subdivided lot and the whole purpose was subdividing it so you could build another building.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So just real quick, then our hardship is the lot's only 23 feet wide.
Right.
So with that, Mr. Barahona, please state your name and address for the record.
Julio Barahona, 5067 North Kimberly Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60630.
And you do own the property at 5065 North Kimberly, is that correct?
Yes,
And just for the record, the property is currently vacant,
yes,
and your plan is to build a new 2-story single-family residence with a 2-car garage, is that right?
yes,
And when it's complete, your family will reside in that home, is that right?
yes,
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf,
yes,
and if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit.
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, our architect could not make it today. She did execute an affidavit. If she were here today, her testimony would be consistent with the affidavit. So
It's her testimony is in the findings of fact that were submitted, so we do have that. Any questions from the board? We will take this under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 275-23S, 2766 to 58 West Chicago Avenue.
All right, well, everyone is getting situated. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. It's the recommendation for calendar number 275-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to convert an existing two-story building with basement from a ground floor restaurant with one dwelling unit above to a two-story detached single-family house with a proposed two-story rear addition, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the demolition floor plans, new floor plans, and exterior elevations dated August 10, 2023, and site plan dated August 15, 2023, all prepared by Ron Neggers Architect. Counselor Kupiec, you have no objectors and you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney, office is 77 West Washington, represent the applicant. And I have with me today the applicants, Michael Brooks, his wife, Christine Busby, our project architect, Ron Neggers, expert witness, Joe Ryan.
Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just brief overview, it's an old mixed-use building. There's some permit record that talked about a restaurant, but that was many, many years ago, long since first floor converted already to residential on the first floor when they bought it. Their plan is to remodel a building into a single-family home, and they would live in there themselves with their mothers as an extended family. And with that, I think I'll go first with Michael. Michael, would you state your name and address?
Michael Brooks, 2701 West Thomas, Chicago.
And Michael, true that you're one of the owners of the subject property?
Yes.
And the plan is to convert the existing building, adaptive reuse of the existing building, convert it to a single-family home?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then you would live in that home with your extended family?
Yes.
And who all would live in that house?
My wife and I and our mothers.
Okay, Michael, do you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have of Michael. And just for the record, Christine, would you state your name and address?
Christine Busby, 2701 West Thomas, Chicago 60622.
And Christine, you're one of the co-owners?
That's correct.
And if you testified, your testimony would be consistent with Michael's?
Yes.
Thank you. Ron Neggers, would you state your name, address, occupation?
Yes, Ron Neggers, 2018 Isabella Street, Evanston. I am the architect on the project.
Yeah, and try to get close there so she hears you there. You're a little faint. Okay, you are the project architect. Ron, and you did some of the revisions that the city had requested on those plans?
Yes, I did.
And it was a revised plan that the chairman referred to in that letter of recommendation?
Yes,
And Ron, you signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And Ron, is this a copy of that affidavit?
Yes,
And if I continue to quiz you, would your testimony be consistent with this affidavit?
yes.
That's all I have of Ron.
Okay, and the
Joe
board
Ryan?
has already recognized Mr. Ryan's expertise.
Good. Joe, name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hawaiian Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you did a written report in connection with this case that we had filed on your behalf?
I did.
And Joe, true that this special use meets all the requirements of the ordinance?
Yes,
And also this special use would not have an adverse effect on the surrounding community?
none whatsoever.
And true that your report has the supporting documentation to support that opinion?
Yes, it does.
And if I continue to question you, your answers would be consistent with your report?
They would be.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 7623S, 7723Z, 3708 West Belmont.
All right, while everyone is getting situated, I'll read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 276-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a dwelling unit below the second floor in a proposed three-story, three-unit residential building with basement and rear detached three-car garage, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 2, 2023, prepared by Vari Architects LTD. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington, represent the applicant. And I have with me today, I have Stanley Sverchek on behalf of the applicant LLC. Next to him, I have Manuel Mendoza from the Very Architectural Group, and I have Joe Ryan, our expert witness. And we've got two cases. One case is a special use for a dwelling unit below the second floor. And the second case, a variation for a parking space. This is that new ordinance where it restricts the number of parking spaces if you're in certain proximity to the L station, and we're asking for one-to-one parking. The first case, the special use, as Mr. Ryan nicely stated in his report, this section of Belmont is already broken up. You've got residential buildings, not only residential buildings, old storefronts that have been converted, and actually even a couple of new residential buildings built on the next block. So what we're asking is not inconsistent. And actually, the board had granted relief in the building right next door last year or the year before to allow them to take two storefronts and convert it to residential. So will not have an adverse effect on the neighborhood. That second case, the variation for the parking space, you're limited if you're within 2,600 feet of the L station at Belmont and Kimball. So that is true, although we're still more than 2,000 feet away from that station. So it is a long walk. Stanley would testify this is going to be a condo project. And in that neighborhood, this location, he really wouldn't be able to sell that third unit without a parking space, not for a reasonable price. And it's in mid-block, so the only available parking is Belmont, which already is restricted 2 to 6, 7 to 9. So just really no street parking. And these are large family units. Architect would say 3 and 4 bedroom units.
You can have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Stanley,
and
state your
report.
name and your address.
Yeah, my name is Stanley Sverchek, 1429 North Oakley. I'm owner of the property.
Good. Stanley, are you the manager and the member of the Wentworth 39 LLC?
Yes, I am.
And your LLC owns the subject property?
Yes, sir.
And your plan is to build a new 3-unit residential building on the site?
Yes,
And this would be a condo project?
yes,
In your experience, Stanley, no demand for commercial on the ground floor at this location?
yes,
And Stanley's second case with respect to the parking, is it true this is a residential condo project?
yes,
And you need 3 parking spaces for the 3 units?
yes,
And without that parking space, that third unit would be difficult to sell at a reasonable price.
yes, that's correct.
And did you sign an affidavit in connection with this testimony
I
today?
did. I did.
And if I continue to ask you questions, would you be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, Stanley. Manuel Mendoza?
Manuel Mendoza, 2020 West 21st, please. I prepared the drawings.
Good. And by whom are you employed?
Very Architects.
Good. Manuel, did you also sign an affidavit that we worked on and prepared for you for this case?
I did.
And if I continue to question you, Manuel, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe Ryan?
And the board has recognized Mr. Ryan's expertise.
Thank you. Joe, name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And you prepared a written report that we submitted on your behalf in this case?
I did.
And Joe, true that this special use meets all the requirements of the ordinance?
It does.
And if it was granted, true that the special use would not have an adverse effect on the surrounding property or neighborhood?
None whatsoever.
And does your report support those opinions?
It does.
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that report?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. 7823 F, 2251 West North Avenue.
While everyone is getting situated, I will read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 278-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the Body Art Service Tattoo Shop, provided the site is consistent with the proposed parking plan dated August 7, 2023, prepared by Andrew Wang Architect. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Manick, you know the drill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the zoning board. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm joined by Paul Anthony Sergi, owner of the applicant Inc. Different Chicago LLC, Mike Woolen, the applicant's expert witness, and Ezra Barrios, the shop manager for this particular location.
For the record, the board recognizes Mr. Wollen's expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant seeks to open a new location in Chicago at 2351 West North Avenue to establish a tattoo shop. Other than Chicago, Inc. Different has locations in Los Angeles, New York, Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, and New Haven. Inc. Different is a nationwide community of artists and supporters of the arts who believe in the future of the tattoo industry. The applicant's president, Paul Anthony Serdi, has over 12 years of experience in the tattoo industry and has been featured in Forbes and Huffington Post for his insights in entrepreneurship. Inc. Difference Chicago location will be 960 square feet and feature a shop manager and 2 additional local tattoo artists, all of whom will be fully licensed and certified. The store hours will be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday and will service customers by appointment only. Other than tattoo services, the applicant will not offer any other services. The applicant seeks to activate one of the existing ground floor commercial spaces at the property, which has been vacant for about a year. The only work to this building will be interior renovations and the exterior will remain the same. Since we filed the application, we handed up to the board the letter of support from the local Chamber of Commerce, and this project has also been reviewed by Alderman Laspada, who's okay with this project as well. With that being said, I'll move on to the witnesses.
Affidavits.
Thank you. Mr. Sergi, can you state your name for the record?
Paul Anthony Serdi?
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact, correct?
Yes.
And the statements you made in the affidavit were accurate?
Yes.
And you adopt as your testimony here today, the testimony that you made in those affidavits?
Yes.
Unless there's any further questions, we'll move on to Mr. Woolen. Mr. Woolen, can you state your name for the record?
My name is Mike Wolin.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
I did.
And you prepared a report that was submitted with the findings of fact?
I did.
And the statements you made in the affidavit and the report are true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge, they're each correct.
And you adopt as your testimony here today, the statements that you made in your affidavit and your report?
I do adopt each of those.
That concludes our presentation.
Any questions from the board? Is your arm okay, Mike?
Thank
All right. I'm guessing not since you couldn't answer. All right. We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Case 28023S, 13015 South Ellis.
All right, while everyone is getting situated, I will read the department's recommendation for calendar number 280-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a community center with a community garden, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant by the Hand Club for Kids, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 19, 2023, prepared by Present Future Architects. Would everyone plan to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Do.
Thank you very much. Counselor?
Chairman Sanchez, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, good morning. My name is Graham Grady. I'm a partner at the Taft Law Firm. It's our pleasure to represent the applicant here today. Seated to my right is Attorney Bryant Lord, who will put on our application. Next to Brian is Danita Travis, the founder and executive director of By the Hand Club for Kids. Next to Danita is Joe Bueller, the founding principal and present of Present Future Architects, the project architect. And seated to his right is Jason Jarrett, senior associate at Oakland Kissel Associates, the project planner. As a brief housekeeping matter, we request that Mr. Jarrett be recognized as the land use expert for the purposes of this hearing.
Yes, so recognized.
Great. Before I turn it over to Braden Lord for a summary presentation, I just wanted to mention, I was the chief executive of the Chicago Housing Authority many years ago. Altgeld Gardens was all but a forgotten part of the system and a forgotten part of the city, with very few services, very few amenities, very few after-school programs. This project will be an oasis and a wonderful addition for the residents of that community. I apologize, Chairman, for adding that testimony, but I could not resist because we're so excited about the attribute that this will bring. And now I give it to Attorney Lord for our summary presentation.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. We did review the file materials and it does sound like a wonderful project. And Counselor Lord, your job is fairly easy today. If you've seen the, I don't know that I've met you before, that you've been before us before, but
Once before.
Okay, once before, great.
It was via Zoom. No one remembers
Oh,
anything via
okay.
Zoom.
Well, actually, ever since we went back in person, we've particularly on uncontested matters, we've been going much quicker than we used to back on Zoom. So what you can do is you can have your witnesses swear to their affidavits, and then if we have questions, we'll open it up to the board for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. As my colleague Graham mentioned, my name is Braden Lord. I'm with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius and Hollister, as was indicated in the materials that you've received. And so I won't spend much time reciting it. The applicant By the Hand Club for Kids seeks a special use approval to operate a community center in the existing former church building at 13015 South Ellis Avenue in the RS3 district. And as part of that community center seeks to establish what is permitted by right in the district, a accessory community garden as indicated in the plans on the northeast side of the property. I'll go ahead and go straight to our witnesses. May I introduce our first witness, Danita Travis. Ms. Travis, could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Donita Travis. I'm founder and executive director of By the Hand Club for Kids. Our address is 415 North Laramie Avenue.
Thank you, Donita. As the executive director of the applicant, do you have specific knowledge regarding the proposed plans and improvements to the community center?
I do.
Are you aware that Taft, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter?
I am.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
It would.
Thank you, Danita. I have no further questions. Mr. Chairman, may I move on to our second witness?
Please do.
Our second witness is Mr. Joe Bueller. As Graham mentioned, he is the founding principal of Present Future Architects. Mr. Bueller, are you a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
I am.
Were you and your firm engaged to be the project architect for this matter?
Yes.
Are you aware that Taft, as the applicant's counsel, submitted your CV, proposed findings of fact, and an affidavit signed by you setting forth your testimony?
Yes.
If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the proposed findings of fact and affidavit that you signed?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions for you, Joe. And I'll go straight to our final witness, Mr. Jason Jarrett. Mr. Jarrett, could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Jason Jarrett. I'm a certified planner with Oakland Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Were you retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning and land use expert analysis of the proposed special use to allow a community center and accessory community garden at 13015 South Ellis Avenue?
I was.
Have you prepared did you prepare that report and did it detail your analysis, findings, and conclusions? And is the report contained in the proposed findings of fact?
I did, and it is.
Mr. Jarrett, if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed project is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses?
Yes.
No further questions. Mr. Chairman, I have no further witnesses and no further testimony.
All right, any questions from the board?
Not really a question, just a statement. Up until 3 years ago, I worked for the Chicago Housing Authority and I was the development manager for Altgeld Gardens. So I'm just super excited to see the work that the master plan that I did is being implemented, and this will further connect to the Altgeld Family Resource Center that we did. So super excited for the residents of Altgeld and commend you on the work that you're doing for those youth, because it's overwhelmingly youth out there and there's nothing out there. So I wanted to just commend you for that.
Thank you for the master plan you put together, which enables us to follow through with this great project. So, Ms. Brooks, thank you so much.
All right, with that, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 28123F, 1 East Erie Street, C400, fourth floor.
They went through it. If I did that for them, then, you know. All right, while everyone is getting situated, I will read the department's recommendation. This is the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 281-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a 30-bed transitional residence facility on the 4th floor of an existing 6-story building to provide residential, psychological, and behavioral therapy, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Eating Recovery Center, LLC, DBA Insight Eating Disorder, Weight Management and Psychological Center, LLC, DBA Pathlight Mood and Anxiety Center, and as Pathlight Behavioral Health. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plat of survey dated October 28, 2005, prepared by Certified Survey, Inc., and Floor 4 Fit Plan dated April 4, 2017, prepared by Boulder Architect Associates, Inc. 3, the facility is utilized as transitional residence and treatment exclusively for residential, psychological, and behavioral therapy for persons suffering from eating disorders, along with other comorbidities and/or primary mood, anxiety, and related disorders. And 4, there are no more than 30 residents at any time. Will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Thomas Moffett of Dickinson Wright for the applicant Eating Recovery Center LLC, ERC for short. We're here in 2017, the board approved a special use for ERC for a 30-bed transitional residence facility at the same location, 4th floor, 1 East Erie, for treatments of persons with eating disorders and other comorbidities. We are here today seeking special use for the same facility to treat, in addition to eating disorder patients with primary mood and anxiety disorders and related disorders who do not also have eating disorders. There will be no physical changes to the facility. Will remain 30 beds with the same floor plan since that we've been operating under since 2017. Same operator, Eating Recovery Center, with the rather long names that you went through. So essentially the same treatment, just without the nutritional component of the treatment. We have 2 witnesses here today. Dr. Ellen Asterson Fletcher, who's the Regional Clinical Director, and Mr. Sherwin Kerwin, who is our appraisal expert witness. And does the board recognize?
Yes, the board recognizes Mr. Kerwin's expertise.
Thank you. So I would call Dr. Ellen Asterson Fletcher to testify. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Dr. Ellen Beth Astrachan Fletcher, and my address?
Yes, please.
For work,
That's fine.
150 East Huron Street.
And are you employed by Eating Recovery Center LLC?
Yes, I am.
And what is your position?
Regional Clinical Director over the Midwest and East.
And did you file an affidavit in these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And if you continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions of this witness. Then Mr. Kerwin, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. I have offices at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And were you retained by ERC, the applicant, to prepare an expert report, land use report on this facility?
Yes, I was.
And did you submit that report in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And is that report true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is, to the best of my knowledge.
And did you reach an opinion as to whether the facility in question met the criteria for a special use under the applicable provisions of the zoning code?
Yes, I did.
And what was that opinion?
Well, just briefly, I testified before this board back in July 21st, 2017. Almost 6 years ago, a little bit more. Everything's the same. I recently re-inspected the property in the neighborhood August 8th, 2023. Briefly, it's in the near North community area, River North area there. It meets all of the standards and criteria of the special use for this. There was no change, just the added treatment that was going to be there.
Thank you. And if you continued to testify in this matter, would your testimony be consistent with the report that you submitted?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. We have no further testimony. If there's any questions?
Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Order 284-23Z, 3407 North Keeler, and 285-23.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor Pleka, you have no objectors. You can proceed with the short form.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. My name is Agnes Pleka. I'm an attorney with law office of Jaffe in Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. And I'm here to represent the applicant. And I have Oris Gerchik with me on behalf of the applicant. And I have Tom Sokolowski on behalf of the architect. And just a small technical explanation, Mr. Chairman, the affidavit from the architect that we submitted was from John Hanna. And John Hanna came down today with COVID, so he could not come. And I did not have time to prepare another affidavit from Tom. So if we can, Tom reviewed the affidavit. He read everything through, so he's still ready to confirm that his testimony will be consistent. Can we proceed like that?
So you have you've reviewed the file and you can provide your professional opinion based on your review?
Okay.
As well. Okay. Great.
Thank you, sir. So with that, just a short overview, we have a very unique property. This is a corner property, northeast corner of Milwaukee and Keeler. We have a very unusual sort of triangular trapezoid lot. We have short depth of the lot. And on top of everything else, we don't have an alley along the rear property line. There's just a tiny little bit that is actually accessible to an alley. So we have a side setback requirement triggered by the tiny little alley and tiny little piece of land, which is RS3. So all of this, we have land use hardships. Again, irregular lot, substandard depth, short distance to the residential district across maybe 10 feet along the northeast property line. And with that, Orest, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Orest Girchek and I live at 1N650 Burr Oak Road out of Northwoods, Illinois 60185.
And you are the manager of ENO Builders, Inc.,
That's
correct?
correct.
So you are very familiar with the property and with the operation of the applicant.
That's correct.
And you are proposing to redevelop this lot with a 4-story mixed-use building with 7 dwelling units upstairs and 1 commercial unit on the ground floor.
That's correct.
And because of those hardships that I just described, it's not possible for you to provide a full-size commercial unit. So we need a variation to reduce that commercial unit by about 400 square feet, correct?
That's correct.
And the same thing with the setbacks. We have a land use hardship, so we need the variation to reduce the rear setback and west side setback,
That's
correct?
correct as well.
And actually, the property used to be developed, right now it's vacant, but it has been developed with a commercial building, which also did not have any setbacks.
Yes, it used to be the bar in there.
So there, whatever we're proposing, it's not going to change the essential character of the neighborhood.
No, it's not.
And you submitted an affidavit in support of every criteria for the variation, correct?
You did, yes.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements contained in that affidavit?
It will.
Okay. And Tom, state your name and address again for the record.
Tom Sokolowski, Han Architects, 180 West Washington.
And Tom, you were engaged, you actually worked specifically on these plans to design a functional mixed-use building on this very challenging property, correct?
That's correct.
And in your professional opinion, do you believe that those land use hardship will create a great difficulty in site planning if we have to strictly comply with the 30-foot rear setback and the side setbacks?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So we do need those variations in order to be able to have this design, which is both functional and provide some construction efficiencies for the project, correct?
Yes, correct.
And as we mentioned before, you reviewed the affidavit that your firm previously submitted to the board?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with every statement contained in that affidavit?
Yes, it will.
And that is all that I have of both witnesses, but we are very happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under
Thank you so
advisement. Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
Staying out of order. Case number 287-23D, 1302 East Madison Park.
Yeah, no. Okay, will everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Warren Silver, Silver Law Office PC with offices at 1700 West Irving Park Road, Suite 102 in Chicago. Here today with the applicant, one of the applicants, Lisa Rosen, and the structural engineer for the project, Ken Veach of the Structural Shop. The subject property is a single-family home of concrete and masonry construction. It's approximately 90 years old, and it is contributing to the Kenwood Landmark District in which it is located, and it's also located in the Hyde Park Kenwood Historic District. The nature of the construction of the dramatic front staircase and the landing above the garage is such that it's in the required front and west side setbacks. The applicants are wanting to maintain that concrete and engage the structural engineer for advice on the project. And it was determined that because of the construction techniques commonly in use in projects like this back in the day of its construction, the appropriate method of maintenance at this point was to replace the stairs and the masonry wall around them because of the concrete. It reached the end of its useful life and couldn't be salvaged. So the applicants are sort of stuck in a situation where they're required by the landmarks ordinance to maintain the stairs and the appearance of the facade, but cannot do so without the relief from this board. So with that, I assume there are no objectors and we can proceed with the summary.
Yeah, you can have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Okay, very well then. Lisa, please state your name and your address for the record.
Lisa Rosen, 1302 East Madison Park, Chicago, 60615.
And you and your husband and the other applicant, Steve Fram, reside in this house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And otherwise, the facts in my introduction, you can confirm those, that they were accurate. And also, we prepared findings of facts for this board and an affidavit for you and Steve that you signed and that we submitted to this board. And you had a chance to review those. And if called to testify further, you would testify consistently with those affidavits and those findings of fact. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Ken, please state your name and your business address and the name of the firm for the record.
It's Kenneth Veach, the structural shop, 9601 River Street, Schiller Park, Illinois.
And you have substantial experience in structural engineering, and in fact, was a part of the team for the restoration of Wrigley Field on that concrete as well, right?
That is correct. I've been doing this for over 32 years.
Okay. And were the facts as recited in my introduction regarding the deterioration and the best practices with respect to repair of concrete of this vintage, was that essentially accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And you also submitted an affidavit to this board through us, along with the findings of fact that we prepared. You had a chance to review both the affidavit before signing it and the findings of fact. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you were to testify further, you would testify consistently with your affidavit and those findings of fact?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Any questions for the board?
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Support.
Members of the board, my name is Amy Curson from the law firm of Reyes Curson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant New City Partnership. With me this morning, I have Mr. Jose Duarte and Gabriel Ignacio Discovitz, the project architect.
Okay.
We have,
Would the witnesses planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you.
we have one development that's at the subject address, but there are two variations. I would just ask, please, that we have the testimony of both cases incorporated into the other.
Yes, we are hearing both 282 and 283.
Thank you so much. And we did update our findings of fact as well as the affidavits because two of our previously identified witnesses are not able to be here. One of them is our architect, our appraiser. We did submit an appraiser's report and an affidavit from that appraiser, and we asked that that be accepted, although not necessary for a variation. We'd like that incorporated into the record.
Yeah, it's in the record.
Thank you. Likewise, one of the owner's representatives, Aaron Weisner, was not able to be here today, but Mr. Duarte is able to answer any questions that the board may have. And we did update his affidavit to make sure that testimony that otherwise would have been submitted by Mr. Weisner is now given to Mr. Duarte.
And he's a representative of the applicant.
That is correct. Very good. Thank you so much. We're going to go very swiftly through this case because there's no opposition. And we do have a letter from the alder, which she provided many months ago in support of the project generally. And that letter does acknowledge that we'd be going to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So for Mr. Duarte, who we've already acknowledged is a representative of the owner, I would just like to ask a couple of questions. Is this project part of the Invest Southwest initiative?
Yes, it is.
And will the development team ultimately purchase this property from the city of Chicago to advance the Invest Southwest initiative?
Yes.
Very good. Now, for these cases, number 137, we asked the zoning board of appeals to approve a reduction in the rear yard setback requirements. Why is a setback reduction necessary for the development at this building?
Sure. The reduction of the rear yard setback will allow for the additional construction of 10 three-bedroom units, which will provide housing for approximately 38 individuals that would otherwise not be available at an affordable price at this location. Also, without the variation, the building would be redesigned to reduce 5 three-bedroom units to 2-bedroom units. The reduction in the units with 3 bedrooms would displace larger families, which was a strong concern for the community. We would lose those units in the affordable housing space.
So I'm sorry, Chairman.
And this is a project that is 100% affordable housing.
This project is 100% affordable housing.
And without
correct.
the relief, you'd have 10 less units.
10 less 3-bedroom units, which was a mandate of our local community participation meetings that we've had.
I understand. I think you can have him swear to his affidavit and we can move on.
Perfect. Mr. Duarte, you have submitted an affidavit and you've read the findings of fact. If I were to continue to ask you questions, would that be consistent with the findings of fact in the affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Very good. We'll move on to our architect. Thank you. Mr. Diskovitz, could you just please indicate whether, in your opinion, and you can just answer this as a yes or no, that the variations if granted would be consistent with the objectives of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, they would.
And sir, if the variations are not granted, will there be hardships in that units would be reduced both for the rear yard variation if not granted and further reduction of uses if the ground floor expansion is not granted?
Yes.
Very good.
3 bedrooms would be reduced.
And if I were to continue to ask you questions, would it be consistent with your previously submitted affidavit and the findings of fact?
Yes, it
Very good. Any further questions?
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thanks for.
Thank you.
Go vote. All right, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Esposito, Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any.
Because she's not here.
Oh. Like.
I'm surprised I'm the one that caught that. Yeah, what the heck?
Good catch.
Exactly.
Start over.
You or Victor would have caught that.
Good catch.
Or the chairman.
All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The continuances are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 258-23-Z, 259-23-Z, and 260-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 261-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 262-23-Z and 263-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 264-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 265-23-Z, 266-23-Z, 267-23-Z, and 268-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes, but I gotta go back to 264. I'm sorry, but I was absent for that one. 264, 23 data sets.
Okay. I vote yes on 265 through 268-23-Z. So those matters are approved. And for the record, with regard to 264-23-S, Commissioner Toya was absent. That matter is still approved with the votes of myself, Commissioner Brooks, and Commissioner Esposito. All right. I move to approve application for calendar number 269-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 270-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 275-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 267-23-S and 276-23-S and 277-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 278-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 280-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 281-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 282-23-Z and 283-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 284-23-Z and 285-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 287-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move that we recess until 2 p.m. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in recess until 2 p.m.
Testing, there we go. Okay, everybody. As I mentioned, the appearance forms are right there, as is the agenda. So look for the address in yellow, the case that you're here for, look for the address in yellow. As soon as you find it, start signing. Everybody here that's here for the applicant, their lawyer, their witnesses and such, they sign on the top. Everybody here that's for against, sign on the bottom. We also have blank appearance forms if you can't find yours, but be sure to put the address on the top so I know which one you're signing for. That's fine. Crowd them in. Just need your name, address, and zip code. And if you like, you can go maybe sit down and at another place. Which one do you want? This one? Sure. Here, you know what? I'll give you this clipboard and you can go sit over here. With it, and you don't have to be so uncomfortable signing. Okay. So, see, it has my name on it, so I have to give it. I prize it. It was handed down to me. Okay. Oh, now look, he's using two spaces. Oh,
right.
really?
Yeah, really.
Take care of this man.
I'm trying to, but he ain't gonna let me.
I read the directions.
He ain't gonna let me.
All right, thank you. Can just leave it right there. Perfect. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay, everybody, find your appearance form. And again, the chairman uses these appearance forms. The court transcriber uses these forms and I use them. Now, watch carefully on the agenda when your case is going to be called. There's some agendas there if you need them. So follow along as it gets closer to your case, because we do move fast. Then you start moving, you can move toward the front and you can sit anywhere here in the gallery. But when it's time for your case, the applicant and its witnesses will sit at the front middle bank of chairs. Opponents and their witnesses will sit all the way over on the east side in those banks of chairs, as you know. So when your case is called, sir, what you're going to do is take all of your people right over to that, okay? And you can sit them right from the very first table on up. So just keep watching for your case. As your case gets closer, you can start moving. Right there. Yeah. And I also have the agenda posted on a post board so that if you don't need the whole agenda. Again, the appearance forms are very important. Put the appearance forms back when you're finished. There's no food, no water, no liquids here in the room. So we ask that you not bring in any food, liquid, or waters. Restrooms are back out in the hallway. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Everybody seems to be doing good so far. Yes. Okay, if you're here for a hearing, you first find your appearance form. Look for the address of the case you're here on. That would be in yellow. Fill in your name, address, and zip code. And you fill in the top if you're here for the applicant. You fill in the bottom if you're here opposed. Yeah. Sure. I had those already sent. Remember we had them from last? Oh, these are the ones for today. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thought that was, yeah. Thank you. I already gave it mine to sign. Okay. Hi. I love your tan. Hello, hello. Yay. Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like everybody's got it. Oh, you have a question? Yeah, just, yes, the gentleman had a very good question. Once you sign, just leave the sheet there. What happens is many of the applicants and their attorneys will circle back to see if anybody signed in opposition so that they can prepare for their case. Okay. Sure, you're here for that guest session? Okay, and are you in support or opposition? Okay, then here's what I recommend. Okay. Okay. Now, as I here, okay, when your case gets closed, okay, so you have just the one place to go in, as these people are all positioned, ready to go. So you go in through that doorway. Now, as you probably already saw, the floors are uneven. So be very careful. Watch the floor as you walk, because you might think you're going downhill and then step up. Okay, then, as many people as there are, just go in right there. Now, the applicant, and there is, we got, we're gonna keep that for all the. Now, once the case starts, the applicant will then present their case to you in full. So you listen, okay? Then they'll turn to you and they'll ask you to put that case. You don't have a limit on talking, talk as long as you want, as long as you don't. Then they'll tell you, we already heard that it's. Then after you're done, the applicant will then be asked to address. Everybody's. Then after that, the chairman will say, we will take this under consideration and maybe vote. Okay. So again, remember, just watch this tape, add this up there, and start getting ready. Okay. And it's because the door is there, and so when you go, when you're taking home, you just pick up on the screen. Oh, and you get near, start to move towards the door. There's only one entrance over there. So once you go in and it's just, as I mentioned, carefully, the floors are different levels, and people are gonna be looking up, not realizing that they're stepping down. So just walk on the floor as you go down, and you go to the seat. And if you're the first one, you can sit in that very first chair, and then you keep the chairs all the way up. Okay, if you are here in opposition for any case, best place to sit maybe is on the east side over here so that you're ready to enter from the east side for the bank of chairs that is assigned for opponents. Oh, yes, yeah, well, the case is there. What case are you going to continue?
It's 19523.
Okay. All right, look at that case. So that's 7051 South Water. And then you put your information in and continue. It says you're going to line up right there, right away. So after you're going to come back to me, I'll show you where you have to. Okay. All right, counsel.
Where?
Oh,
it should be there?
Yeah, and just sign in it even though
Okay.
you're requesting. Okay. You're going to request continue. Or you are.
Oh, no, actually, we're here on a continuance.
You're here. Okay, yes, please sign it. So applicants, their attorneys, their witnesses, all sign on the top. Opponents, all sign on the bottom, full name, full address, and zip code. They're gonna ask.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 3, 4. Mic check. Good?
But
Okay.
here's for all the. Because that's the door there, right at there, to get in, those spaces there. The applicant is gonna speak right here. So what the applicant will do is present their coordinator, then they're gonna turn the application and here is you have plenty of time to talk, however, you got yourself on after you move on. And then they'll go back to the applicant to ask them to address the issue, and then the board will say that they're going to vote.
Okay.
Okay, so. Again, we ask everybody fill out the appearance form, even if you're not sure if you're an opponent. If you can put your name, address, and zip code, number one, just so we know you were here. The chairman looks at this. Number two, for the court transcriber, and me for sending out the resolutions. I'm sorry. Council had a great question. Even the counselor signed. Yes. That's right. Yeah. Everyone signs the appearance form. Yes, even you, Mr. Moore. Yeah, there's only two entrances at the each end, right? So. Again, everybody who's going to testify, there are only two entrances into the main chambers. So they are at the far east and far west. So if, as I mentioned, the opponents, if you want to sit on the east side, you're closer to that door. Everybody else can sit over here. They're closer to the west door. And again, watch when you walk down because the floor has two, they're either going sloped or stepping down. Again, no food, no drinks, no water in the council chambers. Okay, we should be starting shortly. I'll be collecting the appearance forms. Anyone here requesting a continuance, you can start lining up. Anyone here who is requesting a continuance can line up in the corridor right where those two people are talking right now. What? I think, what I do is there's no set answer, but I just figure that, oh, okay. Okay. So what is the new, you're in LFT, yeah. Well, sorry, you didn't come out together, so. Think about your, yeah, people can do your, right? Oh, yeah. How was it? Oh, oh. Let's go and get Jeanette. Oh, she's adorable. Oh. And I'd like to- yeah, he was over it. Miss Jeanette. Jeanette Velasquez. Okay, are you here in Apple? I'm gonna move you closer so that you don't have to move all the way. Perfect, okay. And the reason I say is because it'll make it easier, it'll be right there where the entranceway is. Okay. All right, everybody who's coming in, please sign the appearance forms. Everyone, attorneys, the applicant, the opponents sign on the bottom, applicants and their supporters sign on the top. Find your case in yellow. Okay. I'll be collecting the appearance forms shortly. Okay. Yeah, yes, counsel. Keep walking. Okay, anyone here against 1421 North Sedgwick? 1421 North Sedgwick, that's Jolene Christine, Kevin Foster, Greg Catanucci, Kathy Siller, Suzanne Randall. Are you here? Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Right over here. And right here. Now, I want you to be very careful. As you can see, the floors are different levels. So as you go down there, like steps there. So no rush, just go slow, okay? Okay. I know. Okay, yeah, and then have a seat here. Now, you'll see your case up there, the address. So as you're watching the agenda, just keep following the agenda. And you'll see as your case gets closer and closer, okay? All right. All right. So is that, let me see which one is that. Would this be the one that you're here for? The Wabash, yes. Okay, so that would be 195.23. I think all of these people are here on Wabash. So what I'll do is, okay. Okay, all of you are here on Wabash, right? Okay, would you mind telling this young lady in back there when it's time? That she's here with you? Okay, that'll be quick. Okay, okay, great, okay. What, no, they are. Who said?
That man right there.
Gibson?
Uh-huh.
I don't know who he is. Oh. Oh, is he from the Alderman's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
He said that they not saying this to them.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Are you requesting a continuance for the Alderman's office or?
We are supporting the continuance that's being requested by Nick Fatikas.
For Wabash, right?
Yeah, for 72 East 51st Street.
Oh, 72 East 51st Street. Okay, are you here for 72? No, Wabash. Okay. You're, all right, so you're here, all right, you're here.
Yes.
Okay,
So-
so you want the continuance.
Yeah,
Okay,
and the applicant
perfect.
is asking for continuance and Alderman Dowell's office will support that.
Okay, then you don't have to, all right, so then they, yeah, you don't have to tell, you don't have to tell them. Right, I can't know the camera's got to. But this is here, okay? Come right away. Okay, they're going to be starting continuances right now, so everybody listen up. Listen for your case. If your case is being continued and it's announced as being continued, there's no other notice. So take note of the date it's being continued to and the time. So the continuances will be noted in just a couple of minutes. So everybody will listen and take note. Okay. Okay, last call for appearance forms. Everyone here for a continuance lines up in this aisle right here to my left. Okay. That's right. I know, I forgot, Victor got it, so he got it. So he brought him up for signature. No, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was under so much stress, thank you. But Victor caught it and he did it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Hey. Hello. Yes, sir. You're looking for address in yellow.
All right. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. First, we will take continuances and withdrawals.
Folks, if we can have everyone have a seat and be quiet, we're starting.
Continuances and withdrawals. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas, Law Offices of Sam Banks. The second continued matter, 11823A. The applicant is actually seeking to withdraw that application. If you recall, this was presented to the board, remanded for second consideration to the administrator, and we did resolve the appeal issue, permits issued, and there's no need to proceed with that application.
Excellent. I'm glad you worked it out.
Thank you. And then actually the next two items.
What was that again? It's calendar number 118-23-A is withdrawn.
Yes. Page 13, the appeal case.
All right, thank you.
And then, Chairman, the next two companion cases, 1323S and 1423Z, the applicant's still working through the review processes with both the department, the Alderman's office, and there is a representative from the Alderman's office today. And we are seeking, if it's possible, a 3-month continuance. We want to give it as much time as possible because there have been some pretty significant changes to the originally proposed plan set. And we just want to make sure we have time to review it with all the agencies as well as the neighbors. I do appreciate that the application has been previously continued. And if you could just give us that last long continuance date, we'd greatly appreciate it.
So you're looking for November?
If the board can give us the 3 months, we'd take it. Yes.
Okay, so this is calendar numbers 13-23-S and 14-23-Z will be continued to November 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Great. Thank you. On the 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock call.
Thank you.
For, oh.
Yeah.
What?
Just.
Oh, all right. So calendar numbers 13-23-S and 14-23-Z are continued to the 2 o'clock call on November 17, 2023. The address for this is 72 East 51st Street. That matter is being continued to the 2 o'clock call on November 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two continuances, if you will, please. Page 11, 31123Z and 31223Z. This is the first time up, and the architect had long scheduled out of town and is unavailable.
Page 11, 311. Yeah, this is 311 and 312.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so calendar numbers 311-23-Z and 312-23-Z will be continued to the 2 o'clock call on October 20th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much. And then on page 13, 32922S, this is the one that I have a contested case with both the alderman and the planning department in opposition. It's a debate about what should be and what is, and I respectfully request a continuance to November in hopes that we'll have 5 board members at that time.
Okay, so calendar number 329-22-S will be continued to the 2 o'clock call on November 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Louis William Powell III, and I draw your attention to page 14, the bottom of page 14. For the record, this will be our second continuance. We're asking for continuance on the basis that the architect has not revised the drawings as required by the City Department of Planning.
Which calendar number?
A calendar number would be 180-23-S. Bottom of page 14.
Okay. Is a 2-month continuance sufficient?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So calendar number 180-23-S will be continued to October 20, 2023, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you for your consideration. Have a good day. Have a good weekend.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Alderman, are you here for a continuance or withdrawal? You're here for, which one are you here for?
To 6th Ward, whatever one that is.
Three oh five, 308.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna put the case. They're gonna put the case. You're in opposition. Yeah, yeah.
You can, that's what.
Oh, we have one more continuance. Okay. Another continuance?
Yes. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if this is working. Okay.
Yeah.
We're, on behalf of the applicant, we're requesting a continuance on 305, 23S through 308, 23Z.
Yeah.
They had to file an additional variation. This is something that unfortunately was missed when the original zoning review was done. So on behalf of the applicant, in conjunction with the applicant, we'd like to request just a 1-month continuance. And we'd like to have that on the morning session, please.
I'm sorry, what number was that again?
305, 23S through 308, 23Z. So there's 3 variations. There'll be a 4th variation added.
Okay.
Actually, a 5th variation added.
Okay. And you're looking for the 1 month on the 9 a.m.
Yeah.
call?
Yeah, because it was an error on behalf of the city, so.
Okay. Okay, so this is for calendar numbers 305-23-S, 306-23-Z, 307-23-Z, and 308-23-Z will be continued to the 9 a.m. call on September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
That's why.
Okay.
Right.
You know what I mean? In case anyone asked.
Okay. All right, let's call our first case.
Z 2018 West 21st Place.
All right, good morning. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Counselor, you have no objectors and you can proceed with the short form.
great. Thank you, Chairman. For the record, my name is Jimena Castro. I am a zoning attorney at Acosta Esgar. Here today with me is the manager of the applicant, Teofil Scorte, and the architect for the project as well, Radu Alexa. Teo, can you please state your name and your business for the record?
Teofil Scorte, Cloud Property Management,
And your address as well, please.
5901 North Cicero, Suite 303, Chicago, Illinois.
And Radu, can you please state your name and your business address for the record?
My name is Redu Alexa, and the business address is 4747 West Peterson, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. The property is located in a B23 zoning district in a transit served location to the Damon and Western Pink Lines. The property is a 25 by 126 feet lot that is improved with a two-story building that encroaches on the front setback, the west side setback, and the rear setback. The property includes 6 dwelling units and no parking. The applicant would like to add 3 dwelling units for a total of 9 dwelling units. And to accommodate the project, the applicant proposes to add a 3rd floor addition, and the applicant seeks to reduce the setbacks to 0 and reduce parking to 0 under the transit served location guidelines of the zoning ordinance. The hardships in this case are the existing encroachments and lack of parking due to existing improvements. And we have support from the Alderman's office and went through his community process. We would like favorable consideration of the application, please. We're here for any questions.
Okay. Did they swear to their affidavits?
I can do that.
Yeah.
Teo, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the documents that we provided to the board?
Yes.
Thank you. And Radu, we provided affidavits on your behalf. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent to the materials that were provided to the board?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Nope. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 2027 West Lateral.
Yeah. Okay.
While everyone is getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 290-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon personal services. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed commissioners. I'm very happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant Estelios Hair Studio LLC, who is represented by the owner and managing member Eulalia Medina Sanchez, or Laura, since I'm not so great at speaking Spanish. We do, towards that end, we do have with us today her son Raul, who is going to be translating.
Okay,
If that's
great.
okay?
Yeah, I've already sworn the witnesses in, but let me swear in the translator.
Okay, yes, please.
Sir, do you swear to translate truthfully and accurately Spanish to English and English to Spanish?
I do.
Thank you.
And then I think Joe was already sworn in, or-
Mr. Ryan has been sworn in
Okay.
and his expertise was recognized this morning.
I thought so. Thank you so much. With that, Miss Medina Sanchez is here today because she is seeking to open her own hair salon in the ground floor of the subject property, which is currently a vacant storefront. Ms. Medina has many years of experience in the hair cutting and styling industry. She actually started as an apprentice as a young girl, and very recently, within the last 2 years, obtained her licensure and certificate in cosmetology so that she can start servicing all of the clients that she's gotten to know over the years. Towards the end, Miss Medina Sanchez does live in the neighborhood. She actually grew up in this neighborhood and has lived there for well over 20 years, which is where she raised her son Raul. So this is going to be a truly local business. She has a lot of clients who live in the neighborhood who will be coming to the salon if it is approved by this
Counselor,
esteemed board.
I think you can just have her swear to her
Perfect.
affidavit. Thank you.
That works for me. Ms. Medina Sanchez or Raul, may you please I guess restate your mother's name for the record and your current address.
My mom's name is Eulalia Medina Sanchez. The operating address will be 4027 West Montrose Avenue.
Thank you. And since we've already set forth everything in our findings of fact, as well as your mother's accompanying affidavit, if it pleases you, we will just have your mother, can you please ask that your mother attest or swear that all of the facts that were set forth in her affidavit are true?
¿Tú puedes decir que todo el proceso, que todos los papeleos está correcto?
Thank you.
Say she said yes.
Yes,
Yes.
she's saying yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, may you please state your name and address once more for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 2 North LaSalle, or at 9455 South Wine Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, you were retained by the applicant in order to evaluate the subject property and the surrounding area and to affirm whether or not the proposed special use for a salon at the subject property would meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance. Did you have an opportunity to visit the property and to make those evaluations?
I did.
And based on your evaluations, did you come to the conclusion that the proposed salon at this location does in fact meet all of the standards for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance?
I did.
And were those conclusions and your evaluations set forth in a report prior to this hearing?
They were.
And that was prepared by you, is that correct?
It was.
And that report was tendered to the board prior to this hearing, is that also true?
Correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and findings that you made in your report?
They would.
Thank you. With that, all of the operating characteristics and plan of operation are identified in the findings of fact, but we would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
No, it's just, you're opening up there on that corner, southwest corner, of Montrose and Pulaski, right?
About to almost on Elston.
Else, yeah,
Like in between.
yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah, because there's like a little block there. Yeah. got it.
And, oh yes, I did just tender, and they are a part of our findings of fact, letters of support from the local business organization, the local chamber, as well as from the alderman. We did reach out. We've been working with them for the past, several months. So we're happy to have their
Really
support.
appreciate that when you go
Yeah.
to the neighborhood groups and the aldermen.
We do our best. We do our best. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank,
Good luck.
thank you.
Next
Hey,
two
guys.
cases, 9123 S and 9223 S, 3121 North Clybourne and 3125 North Clybourne.
Yeah.
All right, while everyone is getting situated, I will go ahead and read the department's recommendations. First, we have the recommendation for calendar number 291-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish dwelling units below the second floor of a proposed 3-story, 6-unit residential building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 18, 2023, prepared by 360 Design Studio LLC. And the department's recommendation for calendar number 292-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish dwelling units below the second floor of a proposed 3-story, 6-unit residential building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 18, 2023, prepared by 360 Design Studio LLC. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Counselor, you may proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed commissioners. Once more for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. And I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant Bressani LLC. Mr. Chairman, I apologize because I was speaking with staff when you were doing your introduction. Is it okay for me to proceed with these as one project?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. With that, I have with me here today on behalf of the applicant, the project manager, Henry Coyle, seated directly to my right, as well as our project architect, Chris Baum, and our esteemed MAI appraiser, Terry O'Brien.
And the board recognizes Mr. O'Brien's expertise.
Thank you very much. The subject site is generally located at 3121 through 3125 North Clybourne Avenue. As you see on the photographs above, this is the property is located mid-block. It used to be an old emergency veterinary hospital. Based on almost a year of due diligence, the applicant has decided to subdivide, and this due diligence was done in conjunction with Alderman Wagasback and some of the community liaisons. In light of those many months of community engagement, they've decided to divide the property into 2 zoning lots. And because of a shortage of larger family size dwelling units and condominiums in this area, to do 2 buildings, which will have 6 units each and on-site parking for 6 vehicles. The reason we are here today is because the proposal calls for all residential buildings, and we are located in a C12 district, and therefore we require the special use in order to put the residential use on the ground floor. Again, there seems to be quite a bit of demand for this in the neighborhood due to an influx of residents moving into the area, but that have been priced out from the single family homes. So towards that end, I would like to note for the record that over the many months of engagement with the community and with the Department of Planning and Development, we have gone through several design revisions, and that was up until even the last week. And in light of some considerations given by the Department of Planning and Development, as well as a follow-up with the Alderman's office. We have decided to increase the bicycle parking from 1 bicycle parking space to on-site parking for 2 bicycles per unit. So each unit will have their own actual bike locker at behind the garage where they can store two bicycles, strollers, the such. As well, and in consideration of the 1-to-1 parking, necessarily the garage occupies the entirety of the rear yard, the width of the rear yard, because it's accessible directly from the alley. So there were some concerns mentioned by the Department of Planning and Development regarding trash removal. It is a big issue in the neighborhoods. So as a result, we did some reconfiguring of the garages. And so we've added a door on the inside of the garage through which the trash receptacles can be brought directly through the garage by the private trash refuge company and then put back in behind the building immediately after they are dumped. In consideration of those same accommodations, since there is a car that would normally be parked there or could, there is a deed restriction that is going to be recorded in the condominium declarations that the person that has the deeded space where the trash comes out will move their car on trash day, and they will receive a price reduction on their condominium in light of that restriction. Those documents have all been tendered to the board prior to the hearing as well. You have them there in front of you today. So that is the programming that would be subject to the proposed special use. With that, I will just quickly put the witnesses on to attest to their affidavits. Mr. Coyle, can you please state your name once more for the record?
My name is Henry Coyle. I'm the project manager.
Thank you. And Mr. Coyle, your brother could not be here today, whose affidavit was submitted in support of these findings of fact, and that's because your mother is ill in Ireland. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is right.
But you are employed with Bressani LLC as the project manager, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been working with your brother and his development company for many years, is
Yeah,
that correct?
yes.
Thank you. And towards that end, Mr. Coyle, you were provided with a copy of your brother's affidavit prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in your brother's affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. And you've also had an opportunity to read the findings of fact and you are knowledgeable about this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll put Mr. Baum on just for the record. Mr. Baum, state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Christopher Baum, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Baum, your office designed the programming for the proposed new improvements at these sites. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that goes for the revisions that were made just in the past 10 or so days. Is that right?
That's right.
And was my description of the modifications correct?
Yes. they
Thank
are.
you. And even with these modifications, is it your professional opinion that the programming that is being proposed is compatible with the character of the other improvements in the neighborhood?
Yes, they are.
Thank you so much. Mr. O'Brien. May you please state your name and address for the record?
Terrence M. O'Brien, O-apostrophe B, R-I-E-N. Maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois. Professional real estate appraiser, licensed by the state of Illinois, have the designation MAI.
Thank you. And you were retained by the applicant in order to evaluate the subject property and the surrounding area and to confirm whether or not the proposed special use for residential building at the subject sites meets all the standards and criteria for a special use under the current zoning ordinance. Did you have an opportunity to visit these subject properties and to make those evaluations?
I'm familiar with the subject area, having done a lot of work. More specifically, I inspected the subject property for my assignment here on May 19, 2023.
Thank you. And in the sake of efficiency, we're gonna be super quick today, Mr. O'Brien. So with that then, based on your evaluations, Is it your professional opinion that the proposed all residential use at these two sites does in fact meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use?
In my opinion, most definitely they do. I provided and addressed the various criteria for special use within my two reports.
And those reports were tendered to this board prior to this hearing. Is that correct, Mr. O'Brien?
That is correct.
And Mr. O'Brien, then if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in your reports?
Most definitely, yes.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very
I just
much.
make an observation. Mr. Coyle was
Oh, man.
welterweight champion of Ireland. So he's somewhat of a he's well known in Ireland. Let's put it that way.
Are you,
The world? I'm sorry.
Guys, I barely got them over here. They've been.
are you telling me that so we're
I know.
intimidated?
That does.
Uh,
A threat, Mr. O'Brien. He used weight though, so.
Oh, that's very cool, though.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing that. Congratulations.
I thought it was
with that.
interesting.
Very interesting.
I was honored.
Any
bet.
questions from the board?
My past life.
Yes.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
So much.
Going slightly out of order, case 295-23Z 5703 West.
That's it, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah.
All right, would everyone who's planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor Borstein, you may proceed with the short form.
We will, thank you. This is a matter for the Chicago Board of Education. Again, Scott Borstein from the law offices of Neal and Leroy. This involves the Kennedy High School. It's a driver's ed parking lot. So it's not on the Kennedy campus. It's located where you see 5703 West 64th Street. And it's a variation request for mostly landscape relief, which we usually address administratively with the city, but we do have a taller fence here for security purposes, and that portion of our request has to be done before you. But in our denial letter, of course, the city has you looking at all the various requests for relief. So with that, I'll introduce our team here and just confirm that we are testifying in conformance with all the materials that we've already submitted. So at the very end, I'll ask Chad if you can state your name and address for the record.
Chad Hooper with David Mason and Associates, 333 South Des Plaines, Chicago 60661.
Great. And Chad, you're familiar with the affidavit and findings of fact that were prepared in connection with this project and those that specifically address the issues that you provided information for. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with everything in those findings and conclusions?
Yes.
Thank you. Eben, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Evan Smith, Director of Planning and Design for Chicago Public Schools, 40 West Madison, Chicago.
Terrific. And Eben, you also provided an affidavit to the board and which were included with certain findings of fact. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and conclusions in those findings?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the record too, we had the alderman, you have a support letter for him. I know that's not critical here, but we did send out an email blast to the community. We did some additional outreach just to make sure we've gotten no objections of any kind from anyone. So with that, we would take any questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Terrific. We have one more for the board. We're going to substitute out Chad.
Next case 296-23Z 5411 West.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You know the
We know the
deal.
drill. We know the drill. Thank you. All right, so this is another matter for Chicago Board of Education. This is for Hanson Stadium at 5411 West Fullerton. The stadium is undergoing some renovations, but there's one aspect of the project that requires a variation, and that is we've got fencing that's on the property line, so we're not conforming with our setbacks. That fencing, by the way, is replacing existing fencing that's already there, just chain link fence that's there now. But instead, now we're going to come in with ornamental fencing, and the height of it also is, I think a little, it's, what's the height of the fence? 8 feet fence. So that also requires approval by the board. So with that, I will ask our witnesses. Luis, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Luis Bolivar, I'm with Form Architecture, and we're at 2720 West Cortez Street.
Terrific. And Luis, you provided an affidavit to the board along with various findings and facts that were prepared for this project. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with findings, statements, and conclusions in those materials?
Yes.
Thank you. Eben, if you can reintroduce yourself.
Smith, Director of Planning and Design for Chicago Public Schools, 40 West Madison, Chicago, Illinois.
And Evan, you also prepared another affidavit for this project, providing information about how we meet the standards for this project. It is part of our findings of fact for the project. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with statements and conclusions in that affidavit and those findings?
Yes, it would.
Okay. We have nothing else. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have one other thing. Again, you should have a letter of support from the alderman. We did the same thing here. This was a very straightforward project, but we did have the alderman send out a blast to the community. No objections of any kind. So with that, we would.
And we do have the letter from Alderman Villegas in the file.
Terrific.
All right, any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you so much.
you.
Have a good weekend.
Okay, 2629 West 23rd Street.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esker. Here today with me is the applicant and her husband here for moral support and the architect to the project. So with me, I have Brisa Nuno, her husband Juan Carlos Nuno, and Paula Mendez. And Brisa, can you please state your home address for the record and your name as well?
Brisa Nuno, 2650 West 24th Street.
And then Juan Carlos isn't planning on testifying. He's just Do you want to swear him in as well, just in case, or?
If he's not going to testify, we don't need to swear him in.
Okay. And then Paula, can you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Paula Mendez and we are located at 6 Northwestern Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. Would you like me to affirm their affidavits now or towards the end?
You can either now or later,
I'll
one
just
way.
say that. I'll do that
Yeah.
after. Okay, so the property address is 2629 West 23rd Street. It is a substandard lot that includes 24 feet in width and 124.1 feet in depth that is located in an RT4 zoning district. The property is improved with a 3-story residential building with an enclosed porch with 2 dwelling units and 2 parking surface spaces. The building encroaches on the west side setback, and the applicants would like to rebuild the existing porch and expand the 3rd floor to include dormers for a proposed unit, which will include a 3rd unit. The applicants seek to reduce the west side setback to the existing 0.95 feet and reduce the MLA from 3,000 square feet to 2,978.4 square feet to allow a 3rd unit. The hardships in this case is the substandard lot size in an RT4 zoning district that would otherwise permit 3 dwelling units and the existing encroachments of the building. And we have aldermanic support and went through his community process as well. We are here for any questions. And if you would like, I can do the,
Have them swear to their affidavits.
yes. Reset, we provided an affidavit on your behalf as a manager of the applicant. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the information that we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. And Paula, we submitted an affidavit on your behalf regarding the matter before the board today. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the materials and affidavit that we submitted on your behalf?
Yes.
Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Victor asked me to bring my other.
Oh,
Okay.
Next two cases are 323B and 30123B, 3118 North Spalding.
What about? 299?
And I'm sorry.
Oh.
29923B, 4231 North Kedzie.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Going out of order,
Yeah, the next one.
case 323Z, 30123, 3118 North Spalding.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, yes.
Counselor, you don't have to raise your right hand.
I mean.
You're the attorney, you're advocating,
Yes,
you're not
yes,
testifying.
It is, yes.
Anyway, go ahead and just like the last ones, give us the intro and then have your witnesses swear to their
Wonderful.
affidavits.
For the record, my name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esger, and with me today for the case before you are the applicants to the case and the architect. Can you please, it's Katrina Slavic. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Katrina Slavic, 3118 North Spalding.
And to her right is her husband, also applicant, Gary. Can you please state your name and home address for the record?
Gary Schlachtishman, 3118 North Spalding Avenue.
Thank you. And then to his right is the architect, Nathan. Nathan, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah, Nathan Byer,
Dale Architects, offices at 3717 North Ravenswood Avenue, Suite 111, Chicago 60613.
Wonderful. Chairman, the property before you is located in an RS3 zoning district and is comprised of a substandard lot with 120 feet in depth with a total dimension of 3,075 square feet. The property is improved with a two-story single-family home with a two-car garage. The home encroaches onto the side setbacks, and the applicants would like to expand the second floor through a second floor addition for their growing family. The second floor addition will follow the existing wall lines of the first floor. And as a result of the existing hardships of the case, which is the substandard lot, the applicants would like to ask for a reduction setback and an expansion of the FAR. Katrina and Gary, we provided affidavits on your behalf. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent to the documents that were provided to the board? Yes.
Yes.
And Nathan, you as well, we provided an affidavit on your behalf as to the matter, the facts of this case. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent?
Yes.
Thank you. We are happy to answer any questions. And we also have resounding support from the block.
Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
2350 South Leather.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Counselor, thank you.
Oh, I didn't raise my hand this time. Okay. For the record, my name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esger. And with me today for the matter before you is the manager of the applicant and the architect to the case. To my right is Teofil Scorte. Teo, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Teofil Scorte, 5901 North Cicero, Suite 303, Chicago.
And then Radu, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Radu Alexa, 4747 West Peterson, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, wonderful. The matter before you today involves a substandard lot that is improved with a building that is encroaching on the setbacks. The hardships of the case are the substandard lot, which is 109 feet in depth, and the existing setbacks that we are trying to reduce in order to follow and expand the potential layouts for this property. As you can see, the property needs a lot of tender loving care, and we actually had a neighbor reaching out in communication with the alderman, asking the property to be fixed and to receive a beauty upgrade. And we are happy to provide that.
All right,
We are happy to answer any questions. And
have your witnesses swear to their affidavits?
yes, Teo, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent to the affidavit that we provided on your behalf?
Yes.
Thank you. And Radu, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent to the affidavit we provided on your behalf?
Yes.
Thank you. Happy to answer any questions. And
Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
thank you.
Case number 19523S, 76 South
You would still say. Alderman, if you're an objection, you would be there, yeah. I don't know. Okay, while everyone is getting situated, I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation. It's the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 195-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends denial of the proposed gas station. The proposed gas station will have an adverse impact on the community as there is already an oversaturation of gas stations in this neighborhood, with 4 existing gas stations within a half mile and a total of 10 existing gas stations within three quarters of a mile of the subject property. In addition, the development of a proposed gas station at this location will restrict the community's desire and vision for diversity of businesses along this stretch of 71st Street that will better serve the area neighborhood/residents versus commuters using 71st Street to access the nearby Interstate 94 highway. Furthermore, other than 3 of the 4 existing gas stations and a Subway restaurant, the majority of the businesses in the immediate area close between 6 to 10 p.m., with a few open until midnight. Based on the foregoing, it is the department's recommendation that the proposal to establish a gas station be denied, as it is not compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, including hours of operation and traffic generation, is not in the interest of the public convenience, and will have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name for the record is Timothy Barton with the law firm of Thomas R. Raines Attorney at Law, LLC. And I'm here representing Mid-City Food and Fuel No. 2 Incorporated, which is the applicant in this matter. I have 3 witnesses here today. The applicant, Ahmed Motsin, the architect, Ben West, and finally, our appraiser, Toby Sorensen. The applicant here is proposing to improve a vacant 20,854 square foot parcel at the northeast corner of South Wabash and East 71st Street with a gas station and accessory convenience store. The property is in a C1-1 commercial district. It will have a floor area of, it will have a 1-story convenience store with a floor area of 3,170 square feet. There will be 4 pump islands for a total of 8 fueling positions. In addition, there will be 2 driveways on the one on Wabash, one on 71st Street. Wabash Avenue is, it should be noted, as one-way southbound. So traffic exiting this site will be directed southward away from the residential use, or the residential block to the north. The site plan and the landscape plan were reviewed by the Department of Planning and Development. There were extensive review. Modifications were made based on those comments, And as a result, the Department of Planning and Development approved this design. I'll call my, okay, I'll call my first witness, the applicant, Ed Mosen. Do you want to? I don't think. you sworn.
Yeah, let me, thank you, Counselor. I have not sworn everybody in yet. Would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Ahmed, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ahmed Mosen, 9220 South Octavia Avenue, Bridgeview, Illinois, 60455.
And for the record again, you're the manager of Mid-City Food and Fuel #2 Inc., which is the applicant.
Yes,
You're an experienced gas station operator, are you not?
yes, this is a family business for the last 2 decades, and we own and operate over a dozen sites.
And your intention here is to develop the site at 7051 South Wabash Avenue with a 4-island, 8-pump, or 8 fuel positions, as well as an accessory convenient part. Is
Yes,
that true? Okay. And the hours of operation for this will be?
the proposed hours are 24/7, 7 days a week, consistent with the gas stations nearby. But we are open to changing those hours if need be.
And the convenience store, will it have similar hours?
Yes,
Roughly how many employees are you planning on having here?
I employ from the community, and once approved, we'll be looking to hire at least 3 to 5 part-time / full-time employees with a minimum of 2 employees at any given time.
And what kind of security measures are you taking here?
Yes, we will have multiple security measures, including working with Operation Neighborhood Safety, which we believe is a valuable resource to us and the community alike. Additionally, a minimum of 12 hours a day security from afternoon to midnight, which will be extended if needed based on the several variables, including input from management, community, local police district, and Operation Neighborhood Safety. We will link our state-of-the-art camera system to the OMEC program and provide ample lighting to ensure for visibility, have signed trespassing affidavits with local police districts to prevent loitering, and lastly, attend monthly police meetings, otherwise referred to as CAPS meetings.
Thank you. What items are you planning on selling here
We
in
will,
the convenience store?
we will carry a extensive grocery selection such as milk, eggs, bread, produce, and frozen food with a competitive pricing. Being that I own a wholesale, I have direct accounts with most vendors, eliminating the middleman.
And can you describe the aspects of your plan of operation here?
Yes, I am planning to have a state-of-the-art EV charging station to further accommodate the shift for renewable energy to maximize the use of the property. Because I am more than a developer, I am an operator that is embedded in the community. Possible brands will be BP and Shell, which I have a track record with in the operation of my other several gas stations. Additionally, I'm looking to provide a new blend of gas that is very limited but in high demand, which is ethanol, E85 and E88, which has historically been cheaper in comparison to other energy sources.
Are there are residents in the neighborhood aware of this proposal?
Yes, I hired a door knocker to meet with local residents, which I came and met with them as well, heard concerns, and was able to take input reflected in our modifications made in the development, such as focusing on the EV charging stations, adding a robust grocery selection, and providing them with a limited fuel supply for ethanol. These alterations made from the community input has garnished a petition with over 6 signatures of immediate neighbors' approval. Several are here today.
Did you also meet with the neighborhood organization, the Park Manor?
Yes.
Park Manor Council?
Yes, we were able to meet with the local Park Manor Association and the Gathering Point Community Council, which gave us their support and a letter as well.
For the record, I have a copy of that letter.
Yeah, could you
Yeah.
give it?
Want to give one to these for the board? And can you give one to the audience? Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you, and that letter is dated June 13th, 2023. You also received a letter from the Gathering Point Community Organization, which on its website describes itself as a mentoring organization for at-risk youth dedicated to restoring values in at-risk communities. Is that right?
Yes, it is a group that I work with and support.
I have another letter.
Okay.
For- Thank you, Ahmed. For the record, I submitted your affidavit to the board along with the findings of fact, and you had a chance to review that.
Just one quick clarification. He's not the acting chairman. He is the chairman, just FYI,
Of the,
just so you know. Just make
I,
it correct.
I'm aware of that. Thank you for pointing that out. I submitted your affidavit to the board. If you were to continue here today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony, with that affidavit?
yes,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Before you go to your next
Yeah.
witness, sir, could you just tell me a little bit about, so you met with the Park Manor neighbors, is that true?
Correct.
And just tell me, what was discussed at the meeting?
Several concerns, like you said, there was a concern of just the safety, which we addressed, and another concern was traffic, which we also felt like we addressed, and the EV charging stations was something that they wanted, and we were able to incorporate. The convenience of having a bigger section of grocery, being that this is not a grocery store, but there would be a large selection of produce, milk, bread, was also something that I feel like they supported.
And how about, you met with Gathering Point as well?
Correct, yeah, Richard.
And what was discussed at that meeting?
Same thing, it was similar concerns that you get when you propose a gas station. One mostly being security, which we feel like we addressed with OMEC program, with trespassing affidavits, with the security, with the cameras, things of that nature.
Okay. Counselor, you should let him talk next time instead of reading off his testimony. It's much better when he
I
just
told
answers
him.
a good question.
I told him as much.
You're better off script than you're on script.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, continue. Or anybody else have any questions at the moment? All right, continue.
Our second witness will be Toby Sorensen, who is our appraiser and planning expert here. Toby, please state your name and address for the record.
Toby Sorensen, MAI. My company is called Case Chicagoland. It's located at 1822 Ridge Avenue in Evanston, Illinois, 60201.
And the board recognizes Mr. Sorensen's expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to inspect the subject property and the area around it?
I did on October 24th, 2022.
Okay. Can you give us a description of the area of the site and the immediately surrounding area?
Yes, the subject is a 20,872 square foot corner rectangular lot. It occupies the northeast corner of 71st Street and Wabash Avenue. The location's approximately, it's less than 500 feet east of an interchange at 71st Street and I-94. It's what I would consider an interchange-oriented commercial district. located between the business district that lies to the east, which lies under a B zone, and within a vehicular commercial district, more of a corridor type commercial district with a C zone.
And based on your examination, do you have an opinion whether this site meets the criteria for special use?
Yes, I do.
Let me go through those individually. Will it comply with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it meets all the standards with the exception of the special use.
And would the gas station be in the interest of public convenience in terms of the community's access to gasoline?
It would, and I considered several factors with regard to that. First, though, there are proximate stations, one to the west right at State Street, basically the expressway interchange, and then one a couple of blocks to the east, also along 71st Street. Both of these are smaller, older gas stations. They have mini marts or convenience stores that range in the size of 600 to 800 square feet. So they can offer fewer potential goods to residents. And they also have the same number of fueling positions and pumps. So they have 4 fueling positions each, 4 pumps each, 8 total fueling positions. So collectively, what we have between the 2 existing proximate gas stations is 16 fueling positions. That's actually less than any modern gas station. Typically, the modern gas stations would have larger sites, larger C stores, and fueling positions ranging anywhere from 24 to 32. Unless you get out to the suburbs, they can be larger. In addition, as Ahmed mentioned, there are more products that can be sold for the public convenience at a convenience store that's over 3,000 square feet. The site is larger than the 2 existing gas stations to the east and west, which provides for a greater level of maneuverability and as well as landscaping. And you've also got fueling products that are well in demand and that are insufficient in the area. These are things like the EV fueling stations that Ahmed mentioned, as well as the relatively rare and difficult to find ethanol products.
Will the products at the proposed gas station be a benefit and a convenience to the community?
Yes, they will.
Will there be any negative impacts caused by the proposed gas station?
No, there won't. In fact, this is a corridor type commercial destination. So you've got several vacant lots in the immediate area. This would develop at least one of them and provide for in demand commercial need, both in terms of fueling positions and the types of C-store products that will be present.
Is the design and layout of the gas station compatible with the surrounding neighborhood?
It is, especially in terms of the points of access and the proximity to the interstate.
Will the business operations be compatible with the surrounding use?
They're typical of gas stations 24/7. And that also enhances safety. When you have gas stations sitting vacant or dark from midnight to 4 or 5 a.m., there is a potential safety risk there. So on-site personnel 24/7 is an enhancement.
Do you know what zoning district this is in?
Yes, it's a C11.
And what is the zoning of the properties immediately to the east?
So to the east, you have B zones districts, which are more neighborhood oriented districts, with the C zone being more vehicular oriented. It permits, as the board well knows, permitted uses like car washes and vehicle oriented drive-through restaurants, that kind of thing.
So would you say that this site is consistent with its underlying zoning then?
Yes, I would.
Does the design and layout enhance the comfort and safety of pedestrians?
It does. It's a larger site than, as I mentioned, the existing gas stations in the area, which permits greater maneuverability within the site.
Thanks, Toby. Did you prepare a written report discussing your observations and conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And I submitted that to the board. And if I were to continue here today, would your answers to my questions be consistent with the affidavit that I filed?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the architect is also here if you would like to hear.
He's not needed for your special use, but I mean, if you want to put him on.
Okay,
It's up to
I'll
you.
just do it quickly. For the record, I do want to point out that the architect, Bill Kokalius, was unable to be here, but another architect from his firm can testify to this. Okay. So I'll call Ben West. Ben, please state your name and business address.
Benjamin West, registered architect in Illinois. With our offices are at 188 North Wells.
Okay, and your firm is?
Axios Architects and Consultants.
Okay. And are you familiar with this property, 7051 South Wabash?
Yes,
And just again, for the record, there is a rendering showing right now of the appearance of this, but do the plans call for a gas station with 4 pumps and 8 fueling positions, as well as an 18-foot canopy, and along with a retail store with a floor area of 3,170 square feet?
yes, they do.
And there will be 2 driveways here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One from Wabash Ave, one from 71st Street and one from Wabash Avenue.
Yes,
And the South Wabash is a one-way street going south.
correct.
Therefore, the traffic will flow directly onto the commercial street and not 71st Street, and not impinge the neighborhood to the north.
That's correct.
Okay. And are the plans for the improvement consistent with or do they comply with the Chicago Building Code?
They do, yes.
And were the original plans reviewed by the Department of Planning and Development? And were the improvements to the site design made based on those reviews?
That's correct.
And based on these improvements, the Department of Planning and Development approved the design?
Yes,
And as a result of those discussions, among other things, the site will have landscape materials of 2,054 square feet, which is more than twice the minimum amount required by the zoning ordinance.
yes,
That's, thank you. That's all I have. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions from the board at this time?
I'll wait.
At this time, let's go to the Department of Planning and Development. Nancy Radzovich, you've been sworn in today already. Please tell us why the department is recommending a denial.
Of course. So as stated in our recommendation letter, the department had some concerns, particularly after we had had some discussion with the ward alderman about the prolific number of existing gas stations in this area. There are 4 within a half-mile of the subject property. There are another 6 for a total of 10 within 3/4 of a mile of the subject property. Also, in consultation with the ward alderman, we understand that there's a desire to look at additional and diverse types of businesses and, you know, to kind of coin a phrase, clean up 71st Street to try to bring in some businesses that would actually be neighborhood and community oriented businesses as opposed to another gas station, which is very much designed and geared towards the commuters who use 71st Street to access the highway and not necessarily to provide goods and services that might be desired of the community or other types of local businesses to better serve the community. So much of this was, as we often do, we'll consult with the ward alderman to understand, you know, what are the desires of the community? What is the vision of the community? And what are the potential impacts? We also did an analysis of the area businesses, and other than there's three of the four existing gas stations that are within a half mile of the subject property are open 24 hours already. So there's already 24-hour gas stations really just within blocks of the subject site. There's another gas station a little bit further away that at least their convenience store showed that it was open from 5 a.m. to, I think it was till midnight. So that one had a little bit more restricted hours. All the other businesses in this area tend to focus on that neighborhood business hours. They all close pretty early. They close between 6 and 10. A few of them stay open till midnight. There was an anomaly. There was I think a Subway sandwich shop that stayed open till midnight. So, you know, just based on our analysis of what is existing in the area, it just seems like there is already an oversaturation, as we had stated in the memo, of gas stations already. And so that's why we recommended denial.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Radzovich?
I do. Was this, did you approve this at one time and then deny it?
We worked with them on the site plan, and we always work with them on the site plan first. So it's usually a two-prong review when we go through a review process. What we do now, and this was in consultation actually with the chairman that we instituted this, is we do intake meetings for gas stations and drive-throughs. Our first area of focus is always to make sure that we get to a code compliant plan and to try to encourage them to meet at least pedestrian safety standards. We often will go down the path of saying, okay, you've met these criteria. I will say that at one point we did have a positive interaction with the applicant's attorney, but we were brought into additional information when we spoke with the alderman to take a closer look. And we did. And once we took a closer look, we had to agree that, boy, there are a lot of gas stations here. There is, once you really start digging down into it. And then the alderman's request or consideration that you know, they want to look at cleaning up 71st and try to provide some new additional businesses is something that came into light later on. So it's not uncommon for us to get additional information from the alderman on the community and potentially change our position on an application.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
That's not bad. Couldn't decide if I should ask now or later, but kind of piggybacking on this, and you kind of alluded to it in your testimony, but as someone who doesn't live terribly far from this area, what makes sure it's so different? You mentioned the convenience store and having food and produce, but I don't know, I guess fundamentally, I think I have an issue with gas stations being the solution to food deserts. So aside from produce per se, it has been my experience, they typically are more expensive. So like kind of, what are you offering that's different that is beneficial, and will you be upcharging, I would say, as is experienced in my neighborhood with the gas stations that have the produce and such?
In terms of upcharging, that's not the goal. I mean, we have several operations that I could show you that our prices are consistent. I wouldn't say they're on par with a Food for Less or Aldi's or Walmart, but they are fairly consistent with them. Like, I'm not saying they're going to be the same price. They might be a little bit more, but nothing like the absurd prices you see at a 7-Eleven or a regular gas station. I'm not saying we're going to be the solution to the community in terms of like the shortage in grocery, but we definitely won't be the problem. We would definitely help resolve some of the issues, alleviate some of the concerns, and provide more of a convenience for people that can't drive.
Go ahead, Ms. Radzovich.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. While the attorney was kind of going through the project, I skimmed through the latest set of plans that we have, and EV charging station is not shown on the plans. So we would just recommend two things: that if ultimately the ZBA ends up recommending approval, that a condition be placed on there, and that has to be located in such a way that it does not impede or encroach into the access ways that we worked with them on to have these pedestrian safe access ways and sidewalks through the site. Thank you.
I have another question. This is to the applicant. When did you start the process on this?
Oh,
6 months ago, a year ago, 2
About
years?
6 months ago, seems to be
months.
fair, correct?
And did you meet with obviously there's a new alderman there. He took office in May. Did you meet with the old alderman? And then the new alderman? I mean, I can ask the alderman this question too. So was there any conversation between you and the former alderman?
So he corrected me. We started off in October, so it's been more than 6 months.
Okay.
We did meet with the previous alderman briefly, but being that it was so far out, he really wanted the new alderman to have more input. And we met with Alderman Hall as well in July last month.
Okay, so the previous alderman didn't say he approved this, right? He didn't say he was on board. Yes, no?
He didn't give us a direct answer. He said it was not his place to give us an answer.
Okay, so at that point, you knew he wasn't running for alderman, so you knew that you would probably be dealing with a new alderman then come
Correct.
May. Okay. Just asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board at this time? All right. Counselor, did you have any questions for Ms. Radzovich before we go over to the objectors?
Do you?
I think I have a statement more than a question.
Okay.
Is this
You want to
appropriate
read a
time?
statement? Okay.
So with them arguing that there's too many gas stations, one argument is the size of the land is restricted in the city of Chicago. And being that's the case, there's limited fueling positions. So each gas station has 3 or 4 dispensers. So even if there's more gas station, doesn't mean that the area is oversaturated due to the land/fuel position restriction. Especially the current population density and the vehicle traffic show that there is a demand. And I would argue that the area is actually underserved. That can be attested by the limited ethanol served in the community and the EV charging station, which is a concern in the suburbs. You'd find that almost in every block in the suburbs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's turn to the objectors. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Carol Brinker. I live at 7031 South Wabash for over 66 years. So I have seen the changes in the neighborhood.
And before you begin, do you swear, or could you raise your right hand? Do you
I swear to tell the truth.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. I counted 23 gas stations within a mile of 71st and State Street. There's one Falcon, which is on 71st and Vincennes, 71st and State, 71st and Indiana, 71st and King Drive. Then there's some along State Street, 7059. Oh, that's one on the 71st. There's 850 East 63rd, a mobile 130 that mentioned that at Indiana, 71st in South Chicago, 7001 South Stony Island, 66 in Stony Island, 7603 South Chicago, 66 South State, 74th and State, 7601 South State, which is under 2 names, Citgo and also Pack Associates, 78th and State, a Shell, 76th and State, so South Chicago, Marathon, 76th is Jeffrey, Gas Food Marts, 1932 East 75th Street, Shell 8259 South State, Shell 8659 South State, BP 8701 South State, 7850 South King Drive, 130 East 75th Street for a Citgo, 5 State Food, that's 40 East 71st, which I already mentioned, 7602 South Vincennes, 71st and Vincennes, which I already mentioned. And there's a strip mall right across the street on 71st on the southwest side, which have had several incidences of police being up there. Also on my block, I have seen it. I've heard gunshots from my back, from the alley. I don't need any more people coming into the neighborhood just to gather. It's not as safe as it used to be when I was a kid. So I don't need another gas station, because I very rarely buy gas in the neighborhood anyway.
Ma'am, you've lived there a long time. You were there when the first Alderman Sawyer was there,
Yeah,
before he was mayor. That's right. You've
That's
been there a
right.
long time. So, you just don't think it fits in?
no.
And
There's an Aldi at 73rd and State Street, so we're not like a total desert. I know a lot of the grocery stores have moved, but it's not total.
But why do you think all those gas stations are in that neighborhood? Do you think they're making money or what?
I don't know what they're doing.
Because if they're not making money, why are they still there? You know,
They're still there.
right?
Yes, I see people going in there.
Interesting.
I've never had to wait at 71st and State when I did decide to purchase gas there.
Uh-huh.
I didn't have to wait in line.
Well, you know your neighborhood. I'll say that.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I got, yeah, I'm not gonna argue that. You might know him better. You might know it better than the alderman next to you. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Did you, if you want, you can ask questions of the applicant, if you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I've heard enough.
Okay.
He seems to think that could make a business there, and I don't think he can make a business that's going to be that stable. If these other gas stations within a mile are operating, functioning, they're still in existence, they've been there for years. So I don't know what he could bring other than the so-called fresh produce. And I would question that. Everything is so expensive. I can't see how he can make it any cheaper or even exist with what's going on in the nearby grocery stores.
All right, well, thank you very much.
You're
Let's now go to the alderman. Sir, if you could state your name and role, please.
My name is William Hall. I'm the alderman of the 6th Ward. And I want to start with first the letters. This first letter that we have on the record from Park Manor Neighbors, which was initiated by Darlene Tribute. The date was June the 13th. In recent conversation with her, even up until the time of this, she's changed her position. She was deceived by this gentleman, in which she was very upset at the fact that what was articulated is not the same, in which I have the text message exchange even up to today. They're in recess. They don't meet in August, so they haven't written a new letter as a collective to oppose this, in which her position is that she's going to rely on the direction of the alderman. But in addition to that, the second letter, which was written by this guy, Richard Wooten, who's a 5-time candidate, never won in the 6th Ward race. He doesn't even live in Chicago. He lives in Texas. He has a security firm in which they have not paid their employees, and that's on the record as well in other cases. And so these two letters are just an example of some of the other things in which I've observed in his behavior. I met with this gentleman, as he stated, in my office on the 3rd floor. He gave me a list of other gas stations in which he owns and operates, in which I went by to see for myself. Number one, there was excessive loitering. Number two, there was excessive littering. And then number three, they were able to purchase marijuana wraps and things of that nature without an ID. And we sent a young man in there under 18 to see if it can be done, and it was done, which it was reported soon to BACP. In addition to that, he talks about the idea of fresh produce, in which he is a price gouger, in which he's charging 3 to 4 times more, depending on the item, and utilizing EBT recipients to maximize his profits. When having a conversation with him, I brought this to his attention even as early as this week, in which nothing has been done. Not only has it already been stated by the city, but when you look at the parameters in which he wants to place his gas station, 69th and State was approved by Alderman Sawyer, in which he has a hand in that project. 70th and State is the BP, which is a problematic site already, in which the 3rd District has been excessively present due to the illegal sale of Red Bulls that are purchased right next door at LMP. And then he wants to then go on east and west, put a gas station less than a block away from that gas station. About a block later, on 71st in Indiana, another problematic gas station that's across the street from a store that's illegally selling liquor, which we have in court right now to continue to put pressure to shut them down. And then at the end of 71st Street is 71st and King Drive, which is Carjack Central. There's no defined difference in the model in which of operation between any of these that are already previously there. I do appreciate the support of Operation Neighborhood Safe, though, again, I don't see their presence in any of the other gas stations. And not to say that they don't know about the issues, but again, furthermore, we want real grocery stores and produce. And this becomes, again, what we've seen too many times in Black neighborhoods, especially those saturated with poverty, which is young girls behind the counter, usually prostitution rings. Secondly, illegal selling of tobacco products. Thirdly, no real security plan because gangbangers usually take them over. And then fourthly, 24-hour gas stations have been a problem up and down 75th Street. There was no mention of a conversation with Commander Watson. Even though he's just transferred out 3rd District, there was no conversation even on the record about a safety plan in conjunction with the police, because that is an issue on 71st Street, the presence of all of these gas stations, which become hubs for gangs as well as illegal drug activity. And so not only am I in opposition for it, but these types of tactics we see time and time again, wolves in sheep clothing. And so though the design looks great and though the plan sounds good, this is no different than what we see on 71st Street. And as I told him on the phone this week in conversation, since he already has a gas station on 69th Street, be in good favor, be in good operation there. And then we can see the results and have a conversation, a real one with the community. My stance has always been 3 blocks north, south, east, and west. And those who live 3 blocks north, south, east, and west, though they did not come because they are afraid. And the reason why they are afraid is because they think, rightfully so, that gas station operators work closely with gangs, which is why you see the traffic flow of drugs and illegal alcohol sold to teenagers and other illegal things. So they did not show up because they're afraid. And majority of the residents in the parameter of 3 blocks north, south, east, and west are seniors who are afraid to see more crowds gathering on 71st Street, which we are doing a great job of beginning to deconstruct those illegal businesses as well as non-productive businesses on 71st Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the Alderman?
So the operator has a gas station a few blocks away, he operates another one a few blocks away.
It's a new project that is going up on 69th Street. Are you the owner in that? Yes. So he has a gas station that he's literally building on 69th and State. This is on 70th and Wabash, and it's a gas station already on 71st and State.
All right, but the 69th Street one is not open yet, right?
No, it's under construction.
That's why you were
Appro-
saying
Yeah.
operate that for a while and then let's get to know each other.
Let's see if he's really legit.
Got it. Thank you, Alderman.
Just for purposes of the clarity of the record, when the case began, you were sitting there when I asked everybody to raise their right hand and swear to tell the truth. You raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth, correct?
Indeed. If you want me to redo it, I'll do it.
Well, here, we'll just do it this way. Everything that you just testified about is true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
See, got city lawyers catching stuff. Very good.
Okay.
Are other people here who want to give statements
Okay.
in support?
Okay.
And I believe several of them are residents,
Okay.
several if not all.
We can, so the people in the row behind you are in support?
Yes.
Okay. Who would like to speak? Does one of you want to speak for the group or? Sir? There we go. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Sam Binion. I reside at 7209 South Ellis. I am the Executive Vice President of Operation Neighborhood Safety.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. And tell us why you're here in support of the gas station.
All right. So 3 years ago, I've come up with this business, Operation Neighborhood Safety, in response to the carjackings that has been going on deeply inside our communities. It started out with a group of volunteer older guys in the communities, in the surrounding communities in Hyde Park, Chatham, Woodlawn, Grand Crossing, all the surrounding, even a little bit over in Auburn, Gresham. For the last 3 years, we've been standing at these gas stations, building relationships with the owners of the gas stations and doing business walks up and down some of the busy corridors, trying to build a relationship with, the local owners. Of course, we know, it's a bunch of gas stations within our community, but a lot of gas stations are not working with us to try to clean up their acts in our communities. Mr. Ahmed, I've been working with him for 2.5 years with the gas station, trying to clean it up over on 63rd, right off Cottage Grove, Maryland. Since then, with the police department, we come up with a strategy called Together We Can, where we work together with the police department and local organizations. Under Operation Neighborhood Safety, we have 14 other organizations that are from this surrounding community as well. So we do business walks, we go around, do checking on the gas stations, we work with the police department, with these guys filling out affidavits and kind of coming together working with the police department on security, surveillance, and all those things. We know the local guys in the community threaten the workers, threaten the security, do all of those type of things. We've worked close with Lieutenant Irvin and her DCOs as well to have these guys in compliance. It's not as much as all of them. That's the problem. It's the guys that come up there. That's the problem, because they get even the local police problems when they come to the gas station. We try to move them around. We try to offer resources for them that come up there and kind of do things, whatever they're doing in the community. And 71st and State, the gas station right on the corner, has been a gas station that's not been wanting to work with us, that's not, willing to work with us. Yeah, it can go, the one on 71st in Indiana, same with that, has not been working with us. Ahmed has been everything we've been trying to do, working with the police department, calling the 911 calls when the people are there. The police, he should have records of the police showing up, on those calls. We continuously have him make those calls, to try to make it safe over there for the people in the community. We're not in opposing of, yeah, there are a bunch of gas stations right there, but let's get rid of some of the negative one that's over there that's not willing to work with the communities, that's not willing to upgrade, just taking our money, going whatever they're doing with it. Mr. Ahmed has been working with us, trying to do the best that he can for us. Operation Neighborhood, I have a couple of my mentees here and working with us at the gas station, talking to some of the negative, how they know how to, relate to them. Now let's move about, let's move on. Let's have a better place here, man. This is the only place we can get our food from. After all these closed, maybe what, 8 or 9 o'clock. So, it's not much we can go to get places and have a nice place to get it from. I understand about the multiple gas stations in one area, but we have business owners that are willing to work with us in our community, help clean up our community. And, as Mayor Daley told me before, if you have a business in our community, you're a resident there too. So just like you keep your home clean, keep this clean the same way.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else from your group want to speak? Or, I mean, you said it well. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just had a quick question, follow up. And first of all, I just want to commend your organization because I've seen you at gas stations near me. So thank you. I definitely don't stop at many of them for that reason that you alluded to. But with that said, I'm just curious, do you live in this immediate vicinity or are you kind of further out or any of you, are you guys mostly near this particular station?
7209 South Ellis is my residence. It affects us because it's a neighboring community. We're Greater Grand Crossing and there are Park Manor. I work with I'm beat facilitator for 324. I work with Darlene Tribute for a long, she's one of my mentors, Darlene Tribute is. And, what affects them affects all of us up and down the 71st Street corridor. We have to go down there when we stop at 71st and State, the Emmett Till, as we know, the Emmett Till is the entrance into the Emmett. Yeah, it's ugly right there on that corner. But if we can do things to help clean that corner up, we all for it. We all for it, working with the local aldermen, helping whatever it is that we can do together and help clean that whole area.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
John,
Could
now-
you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Robert Rocky Moore,
And your
Eh,
address?
and my address is 6415 Aberdeen.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do swear to tell
Thank
the
you.
truth.
Go ahead.
Yes, the thing what I want to say about our man, that he's been coming around, working around us and doing things in the behalf of neighborhood safety. Now, one thing that we realize that our neighborhood need better people coming into our neighborhood, working with these type of programs. I know this for the simple fact because my father, which the council has already honored, it's going to honor because of the simple fact he did through sports and recreation, work through the South Shore area in preventing prevention and intervention with bringing down crime and violence. Myself, my name is Robert Rocky Moore Jr. I'm his son, and I have worked in bringing down crime and violence. Now, a lot of times we're not mentioned or brought about to make certain things happen through aldermen or whatever that office may be. At these particular times, I'm glad that we came out so we can be able to speak on the behalf of someone that's saying that he's willing to work within the neighborhood. That's the difference. You having problems because you got certain gas stations and certain people in our community that's not working with our community. So at these particular times, I think that's going to change. And if it changes, then we won't have to see these young people that's going downtown preventing all this other crime and violence that we're seeing happen right now, as well, not only downtown, in our communities. So if a person is willing to come and say, I'm willing to work with the community, and those people that are proven to work in crime and violence, they should have no problem with whatever they opening up, whether it's a gas station, a recreational center, a new church, because if they coming in being able to bring down and work with people that are a proven entity and working with crime and violence, then that should be appreciated and open.
Thank you very much. Alderman, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to reiterate something that's already been on the record. He already owns ample gas stations throughout Chicago. So when going to the other gas stations, i.e. the one on Halsted, that's in Ronnie Mosley's ward, the 21st ward, loitering, littering, overpricing, easy access to tobacco, no presence of any community workers. And if we pulled all the data on the 99th and Halsted, both sides, you will see where the crime lies in those gas stations. So he's in the corridors already. I drove by every address that he gave me, and it was not substantial evidence that he is truly doing what he's proposing to do at this site. It would be different if there was no gas station and this was the first time he's doing it. But in going to the addresses that he gave me when we met, it was littering, loitering, overpricing, access to tobacco accessories, and little to no security.
Thank you. yes, you, we're gonna come back now to the applicant, to, respond to the objections that have been made. Can we get him? There we go.
Okay. I'm just concerned by the statements he's making. I'm not saying they're not correct, but they're very vague. I can't attest or have any record of those statements. He said Hollisted, but I would like to see which gas station on Hollisted. Definitely would love to correct it if there's any issues. But again, I spoke to him a couple of days ago, which he did say he called me, and he spoke about the same thing he said today, but I've yet to get any notes or any input or any record of those statements. Because I gave him a list of locations. I was very transparent with him. I gave him a list of 15 locations. And I told him to go as he please. But then I'm getting these statements, and some of them are huge statements, just such as prostitution, gangs, illegal sales. And I would love to clarify what those statements are in regards to, and what locations and addresses and stuff.
So what you're saying is that, you haven't gotten any specifics about
No.
which gas stations are problematic?
It could be he's confusing my locations for other locations, because we've been doing this for 2 decades, 20 years. I think we'd get in trouble by now if we were involved with gangs, prostitution, illegal sales. I'm pretty sure the BACP would have shut us down by now. Especially the fact that we've been vetted 4 times by the ZBA, and we got approved 4 times in the last 2 years, and one of them being most recent in March. So I'm confused on those statements. I just want to get clarification on those statements.
Alderman, do you have any response? The specific, I think he's asking for specific gas stations and specific incidents that you saw.
Yeah, I wanted to also, well, he owns a gas station on Halsted. I don't have the exact notes of the Halsted file that we have, because that wasn't the subject matter. But I'm assuming it's 99th or 100. What's the exact address on Halsted?
107th on Hollisted.
Yes, so right across from the not far from where I get my haircut, which I identified to you as well. The observations that we made, again, if we want to have a specific subject hearing about the ones that we went to, not a problem. But the fact of the matter is, just because you didn't get caught doesn't mean that you're not doing it. And so what I saw was excessive loitering. The prices on the foods were, and the accessories for the foods, mayonnaise, cups, and again, accessibility to get the tobacco products with no cards. I can definitely give you the dates and the times once we leave here and email it to you if necessary.
So I want to clarify, the gas station on 107th on Hollisted is closed. It's yet to be open. That was approved by the ZBA less than 2 years ago. We're on our final stage of about opening, so I'm confused on which one on Hollisted he's referring to. And that's the only one we own on Hollisted. So again, I'd like to get clarification. I think it's easy to throw those statements. Maybe he has my locations confused with other locations. It's possible, but I would love to sit down and, again, that's one thing I want to reference to. We'd love to continue to work cohesively with the community, even if we get this approved by the ZBA, with the aldermen and the residents, as you could see by my track record with neighborhood operation safety and other communities I've worked with.
Quick question. Where do you live?
I live in Bridgeview, Illinois.
Bridgeview? Thank you.
Okay,
One more thing.
oh, go ahead.
I just want to point out, I appreciate what the alderman is saying about all the concerns or, the violations, but as far as we know, there aren't any BACP violations there. At this point, he's saying it now. We haven't had a chance to investigate it, but we're not aware of any complaints against him and against his operations. So I don't know, you have to take that into consideration as well.
Okay, any questions? All right, at this time, we are going to take this matter under advisement. I want to thank the applicant, the supporters, the alderman, the objector. I appreciate everybody coming in and giving your input. We will take this under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case 293, 294, or 20.
Yeah. Did you work it out?
Let's see where it says that. Yeah, I have as a renter, I have a fundamental opinion about that one.
I might. You do not want that to happen. You ready for this big exciting news? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed commissioners. Once more, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I am the attorney of record on this case matter, or these two case matters for 1421 North Sedgwick Street. I did have an opportunity along with my client and our project architect to briefly meet with a couple of the neighbors who showed up today with some concerns. I don't think it was a sufficient opportunity to have meaningful dialogue with them. We do want to some further time so that we can actually meet with them, sit down with them, go through the plans. So with that, if I could respectfully request a continuance, October would be sufficient, I think. That would be appreciated.
Okay, so this is for 293-23-Z and 294-23-Z, correct? This is Sedgwick?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right, so these matters will be continued to October 20th, 2023, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. We really like when you meet with opposition and try to work it out. So we appreciate you and your client for trying to work this out.
All right,
Thank you.
let's do we're gonna do a brief reset. So I'll put it back. All right, I move that we recess until 4:05. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are in recess until 4:05.
Guess I should go too.
Just for a quick second, is there anybody here by the last name Robinson that signed in for 513 Heartland? If you're here, can you raise your hand? We have someone that signed in as an objector on the case for Heartland.
Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. And we are calling calendar number 299-23-S. I'll go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Okay, would everyone who's planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, my name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esgar. With me today is the manager of the applicant, Union Odicho, and to his right is the appraiser for the project, Peter Poulos. Mr. Odicho, can you please state your name for the record and your business address?
Lions, sorry. Union Odicho, 8989 Lion Street in Des Plaines, Illinois, 60016.
Thank you. And Peter, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Poulos. Peter Poulos, offices at 230 West Monroe, Chicago, Illinois, 60660.
And the board recognizes Mr. Poulos's expertise.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. The property is located in a B33 zoning district in a 4-story mixed-use building. The applicant seeks to establish a personal service use hair salon that is located within 1,000 feet of another salon, which is located on the northwest corner of Kedzie and Cullum. That salon is a barber shop. The applicant seeks to open a hair salon, a unisex hair salon, offering a variety of hair services, not specifically barber services. It's a broad variety of hair services. The hours of operation are Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. through 7 p.m. There will be 4 chairs in the salon with 1 hair washing station. And the applicant manager has had 13 years of experience as a licensed cosmetologist, and we seek favorable consideration of the application. We're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just have them swear to their affidavits.
Mr. Dietrich, we submitted affidavits and materials on your behalf regarding the facts of this case. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And Peter, you submitted your own exhibits regarding the case in the form of an appraisal report. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the report that you provided?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
All right, any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 309-2020 6254 Northwestern.
No, watch this 309. I think. All right, while everyone is getting situated, I will read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 309-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a drive-through facility to work in conjunction with a proposed Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Platinum Coffee Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 18, 2023, revision number 5, prepared by Colebrook Design. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Fatikas, you can go with the very short form.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Platinum Coffee Incorporated. The applicant actually already occupies the subject property at 6254 Northwestern Avenue. The subject site contains approximately 10,065 square feet of lot area, and it's currently improved with a 1-story Dunkin' Donuts restaurant and accessory surface parking. The issue is the existing restaurant does not offer a drive-through component. So in order to meet the market demand, the applicant is proposing a site redesign to incorporate a drive-through lane that would wrap around a newly constructed 1-story Dunkin' Donuts restaurant building. We have worked extensively with the Department of Planning and Development on the design, both with respect to ingress, location of the drive-through, as well as egress from the site. And I did bring 3 copies of the most current plan set. It changes a few of the small details. Staff had asked that we brought a copy just to present to the board. So I do have 3 copies. Thank you, Victor.
I'd also point out that prior to today's hearing, we had met with Alderman Silverstein and participated in a community meeting. It was actually not all that well attended, and the folks that did attend were in full support. So we believe Alderman Silverstein has also expressed her support for the project. With that, and again, for the purposes of the record, we are seeking a special use to establish the drive-through lane because the property is in a C2-2 zoning district. 3 witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Fayaz Galani, our project architect, Mr. Stephen Brooks, and our MAI appraiser, Terry O'Brien. And with that, I can call Mr. Galani. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Fayaz Galani, 7240 West Devon, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are an officer and shareholder of the applicant, Platinum Coffee Incorporated.
Yes, that is correct.
And as I stated in my introduction, you are proposing to redesign your existing restaurant and incorporate a new drive-through lane at the subject property. Is that right?
Yes,
And it's your understanding that as part of this process, my office prepared written statements on your behalf?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Chairman, it is a special use. I could make 2 or 3 quick questions of the architect and move on. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Stephen Brooks, Colebrook Design, 828 Davis Street, Suite 300, Evanston, Illinois.
And Stephen, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes,
and your firm designed the proposed Dunkin' Donuts with a drive-through lane program. Is that right?
yes,
And based on all the revisions, it's your professional opinion that the proposed site layout will operate in a safe and efficient manner. Is that right?
yes.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. O'Brien, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northrop.
And Terry, again, the scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use criteria were met.
That is correct.
And you prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case.
That is correct.
And you
I
also-
addressed the various criteria
And you also did visit the property. Is that right?
on 2 occasions in February and again this past week.
And Terry, in summary or in conclusion, you believe all the criteria have been met for special use approval?
In my opinion, all the criteria has been met. I would like to make one observation. There was a typographical error in my report pertaining to the building size on page 4, the 3rd paragraph. It should have read 1,562 square feet instead of the 2,190 that I quoted.
And Terry, with the exception of that correction, if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the written report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have.
Yeah, just one quick question. I think it's answered by these new plans. The exiting from the drive-through onto Western Avenue, that's a right turn only?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? We'll take it under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor Fatikas, short form.
All right, thanks again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, 2111 West 21st Street LLC. The applicant owns the property again at 2611 West 21st Street. The subject site consists of a single zoning lot that measures 24 feet wide by 126.8 feet deep, and today the site is currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new 2-story, 3-unit residential building. The issue is that the neighboring garage at 2609 West 21st Street encroaches approximately 4 inches onto the subject lot at the very rear. That, together with the 24-foot lot width dimension, prevents the applicant from providing 3 code-compliant surface parking spaces to support the new building. So in order to overcome the slightly substandard lot width dimension, as well as those existing encroaching building conditions, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces from 3 to 2. And I want to be clear on that point, except for that 4-inch building encroachment at the rear of our lot, our project was entirely designed to comply with the RT4 zoning district. There will be 2 witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Mr. John Cummins, and our project architect, Mr. Peter Sterniak. And I can start. Did you swear them in already?
I did.
Perfect. John, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure, my name is John Cummins. My address is 77 West Washington Street, Suite 1115, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are a manager of the applicant, 2611 West 21st Street LLC.
Yes, that's correct.
And as I stated in my introduction, you're proposing to develop the property with a new 2-story, 3-unit residential building. Is that right?
Yes,
And John, we actually prepared witness statements on behalf of one of your managing partners. Is that right?
that's correct.
You've reviewed those statements?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to continue to testify, you would testify consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much, John. And then Peter, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Peter Sterniak, 6650 Northwest Highway, Suite 205, Chicago, Illinois, 60631.
And again, Peter, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you prepared the plans for the proposed 2-story, 3-unit residential building. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it's your professional opinion that the substandard lot width dimension of 24 feet, together with that 4-inch building encroachment at the rear of the lot, create the practical difficulties or particular hardship in this case. Is that right?
That's right.
And but for the variation specific to parking, the project was designed to comply with the underlying RT4 district. Is that right?
That's right.
And Peter, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That
Thank you.
concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
Isa Bakovic.
And you're the manager of the LLC that owns this property, is that right?
That's correct.
It's an 1880s building that's had 130 years of renovations and it's kind of a mess, is that right?
Correct.
And you've decided you have a 3-unit zoning cert and you're going to renovate, make 3 modern apartments there, is that right?
Correct.
And it's a odd shaped, small, short and thin and odd shaped because of Lincoln cutting off a lot. And so your architect has had some difficulties we need variances to do this job the way it will be a modern apartments. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit. Oh, and we appeared in front of the community group and they not only had no objections, they were very thankful that you're renovating and saving this old building. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant the variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Correct.
Will you tell the board who you are?
John Pimentel, project manager at PMPC Architects.
And because of all the things that Mr. Bakovic has just testified to, there was some difficulty in making the plans and we needed these variances to bring the building, it's 1880s building into full compliance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I have worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you would continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we are available for questions.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Very much.
you.
Have to stay for another year.
1523Z, 513 North Hartland Court.
Okay, so it looks like here's our director. So, Mr. Chairman, this is the first we know of a objector. So
objector?
could we pass and talk to her?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to pass the case to allow the applicant to speak with the objector to see if they can reach a compromise.
No, they're going to talk to you now.
Yeah,
Oh,
right now.
yeah,
Yeah,
right-
yeah,
right-
right now.
right
You
now.
go talk and see if you
Yeah.
can work out what you don't like.
Yeah.
Going out of order, 31623Z, 109 South Beverly.
What's that?
I think she was a little startled, like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
You're gonna make me come back down here and pay to park twice?
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for hanging on this late in the afternoon on a Friday. We appreciate it. My name is Elizabeth Santis. I'm zoning counsel on the reference matter at 1009 South Beverly. I have here with me today one witness because he is both the property owner and applicant and the project architect. Would you like to swear the witness in before I start, or?
I swore him in already.
Oh, was I not listening? I'm so sorry. I'm like so busy looking at the lovely picture. Okay, Rex, if you could please state your name for the record and your business address, please.
Rex Jose, licensed architect in Illinois, 9205 South Sangamon.
This is an unusual case since the owner is also the project architect, so I'd like you to recognize his expertise under the Illinois architectural license
So we,
too.
we actually don't recognize the architects as experts for
Anymore.
variations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as you can see up on the screen, this property on South Beverly is currently vacant. It has been vacant for quite a number of years. It was carved out of the property immediately to the north, and the photograph that you see there is actually a garage to the rear of the property, but it belongs to the property to the north. So this property is short at only 115 feet because it was carved out of that property to the north and does not have alley access. So the proposal here is to build a single family residence on the property and to get a curb cut onto South Beverly and have garage access from the street itself, since there is no alley access. And just for the record, wanted to make clear as well that there are many other properties, including all of those immediately across the street, that have similar curb cuts and driveway access. Rex, in conjunction with this application, we prepared affidavits together for both you as the owner applicant and for you as the project architect. If you were to testify here today regarding this proposal and this application, would your testimony be consistent with each of those two affidavits in your two different roles?
Yes.
We're obviously available for questions and ask that you consider this application favorably. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the board?
No.
We will take this matter under advisement.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
Next two cases, 317 23Z, 318 23Z, 1911 North Francis.
Oh, this is the one. Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Karen Shaw on behalf of Shaw Legal Services and the owners of 1911 North Francisco. I have with me today property owner Ian De Silva and Sam Pavlovchik, the architect, and my associate Sandy Wen. We are here today for a somewhat of an unusual request. We're asking that two variation applications actually be denied. The reason being is my clients would like to reestablish their single family home, which they had been living in, and had wanted to simply reestablish it as a new home so that they could start their family there and live and be part of the community. Unfortunately, when the house was demolished, it was in or is in the 606 predominance overlay, which does not allow a single family home to be established. My understanding is the pathway to reestablish the single family home is to have the two variation requests in front of you to be denied. And those two variation requests are to establish a 2-flat, which is allowed in the predominance district. So the two variations that we're seeking to be denied, once again, for the 2-flat, if we want to move to the slide with the 2-flat plans. Okay, that's all right. So what we're seeking is a denial of the variation to reduce the setback from 17.74 to 9 feet. That's the first one. And the second one is the lot size is actually two reductions. One from 2,500 square feet down to 1,500 square feet, and then again down to 1,408 square feet. If a 2-flat were to be established, it would be an unusually small 2-flat. And it would not comport with the spirit and the intent of the predominance overlay, which is to provide affordable housing. In this respect, the units would be small, about 1188 square feet for the top unit. And for the bottom unit, it would be, again, about 1188 square feet plus a basement. Those units would approximately cost about $5,000 to $6,000 each, just for the owners to cover their costs. And what we're talking about is construction costs, mortgage rates, taxes, maintenance, and it would not comport with the spirit of the 606 overlay ordinance. In that respect, the hardship that we're seeing here is that my clients are unable to reestablish their single family home, which actually does conform with the neighborhood. It includes a healthy mix of both single family homes and multi-unit 2-flats. If my client were able to reestablish their single family home, which had been there for decades, it would be as if nothing happened. So for those reasons, we ask that the zoning board does something strange this time and deny our variation requests. And if there is nothing further, we will gladly take any questions.
I guess the first thing I would say is, at least have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Okay. Mr. De Silva, can you please state your name for the record?
It's Ian De Silva.
And are you the homeowner for the property we've just been discussing?
Yep, at 1911 North Francisco Avenue.
And we submitted affidavits to the board on behalf of your application. Do you recall that?
That is true.
And is it your testimony today that the information provided in your application is true and correct and to the best of your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Pavlovich, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Samuel Pavlovchik, architect of record, Pavlovchik Architecture, Inc., 444 North Michigan Avenue, Suite 1200.
And were you the architect for this project?
Yes, I am.
Did you provide the records and drawings for this project?
Yes, I did.
We submitted an affidavit on behalf of this project. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the information and conclusions and findings within that affidavit, are they true and correct and to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if you were to testify today, would the information provided be substantially similar to the affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, one other foundational question for my client here. Mr. De Silva, if you were to testify today, would the information provided be substantially similar to the affidavits provided to the board?
Correct. Correct.
I got a couple questions. All right, so you want the denial. Supposed to be a 2-flat. But what does the neighborhood say? Would you talk to your neighbors? What do they have to say? That'd be interesting.
Well, we've been in the community since 2017.
Okay.
And we've been part of it, and they're very happy to keep us in existence and would prefer to us to have a single family home.
Good. And that's neighbors on both sides, across the street.
Everybody
Everybody.
surrounding. Trust me, the whole block.
Don't ask the questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 319-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed drive-through facility to serve a proposed fast food restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, AG Bells 2 LLC, and the development is consistent with the site plan, landscape plan, and landscape notes and details dated August 17, 2023, prepared by Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., in the equipment seating plan and exterior elevations dated August 17, 2023, prepared by MRV Architects, Inc. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ryan's expertise has already been recognized today, and Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can we make a slight modification to the recommendation?
Sure.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed drive-through facility to serve a proposed fast food restaurant, comma, Taco Bell.
Okay, yeah, there's a period after restaurant, but it's will be
Oh, yeah, comma,
corrected on the
Taco Bell.
record to be comma.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Counselor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiec. And actually, I represent the applicant, and I have with me today, seated beside me, Cesar Almaraz. Next to him, Mario Valentini of MRV Architects, the project architect. Jason Blumenfeld also for the applicant, and of course, Joe Ryan down at the very end. And as you mentioned, this is application for a special use for a drive-through facility for a Taco Bell restaurant. I would mention that as part of our process, we did in fact talk to and meet with Alderman Burnett, whose office coincidentally right down the street. And at his request, we met with the How United Community Group. Actually met right across the street from the subject property, and we actually even made a revision in the plan to pick up one of their comments from that meeting. So we did reach out. With that, I think I'll just get right on to Cesar Almaraz. Cesar, in that microphone, would you state your name, your address?
Sure, Cesar Almaraz, 304 Waterford Court, McHenry, Illinois, 60050.
And Cesar, true, you're employed by the applicant?
Yes,
And the applicant does want to build and establish a Taco Bell restaurant with a drive-through facility?
that is correct.
And also true, Cesar, that we did an affidavit for you in connection with your testimony here today?
That is correct.
And if I would continue to question you, true, your answers would be consistent with that affidavit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next, Mario, state your name, address, and occupation.
Mario Valentini, MRV Architects, 5105 Tollview Drive in Rolling Meadows, architect.
Mario, you and your firm are the project architects for this project?
Yes,
And true, as I stated, Taco Bell restaurant with a drive-through facility?
yes,
And you did work with the city through the intake process to get to that revised plan that was mentioned in the recommendation?
we did.
And Mario, is also true, is your opinion that that revised plan, the revised plan is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
It is.
And we did an affidavit for you that you signed and we submitted on your behalf?
Yes,
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
they would be.
Good. Mr. Chairman, we've got Jason here, but just in case we had questions, he doesn't need to testify. Joe Ryan, Joe, state your name and address.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Okay, and Joe, you did a written report in connection with your testimony here today,
I did.
and we submitted that report on your behalf. Joe, is it true that this special use for this drive-through facility meets all the requirements of the ordinance?
It does.
Also true that this special use would not have an adverse effect on the surrounding community?
None whatsoever.
And if I continue to question you, Joe, would your answers be consistent with your report?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, I would stand on that unless there are questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Sir, in the black shirt, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Ambrosio Duran, and the address is 1708 West Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Okay, and sir, could you state your name and address, please? It's on. All right.
My name is Abraham Garcia and my address 1708 West Chicago Avenue.
Okay, so what brings you here today?
We're here because we own a salon.
Sorry, I'm
Oh,
sorry. Before we begin, we are going to have the Department of Planning and Development read the recommendation for your special use.
Thank you, Chairman. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, so you're here for, to start a hair salon, is that correct?
Relocate, though.
Relocate.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a salon in 2139 West Chicago Avenue. We've been there for over 8 years.
Okay.
And we get the opportunity to get our space and own it. So that's why we move it over there.
Okay.
And continue the business there. Though.
Okay. Are both of you licensed cosmetologists?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you've been doing this for 8 years at another location. You're just moving to a new location?
Yes.
And just quickly, what are the hours that you're going to keep at the new location?
Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturdays 9 to 6.
Okay.
Sundays we're closed.
And are there more employees, or is it just the two of you?
Will be 4.
4.
Yes,
Okay.
4 of us.
And they're all be licensed to the extent necessary,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Of course.
Any questions from the board? Thank you very much. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day or evening.
Four cases, 4423F, 4523D, 4623F, 4723F, 4342,
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read the department's recommendations. All right, this is the recommendation for calendar number 44-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a new 3-story, 6-dwelling unit building with a rear detached 5-car garage, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 9, 2023, prepared by Compass Architecture. And the recommendation for calendar number 46-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a new 3-story, 6-dwelling unit building with a rear detached 5-car garage, provided development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 9, 2023, prepared by Compass Architecture. Let's see what the last one says. This is the recommendation for calendar number 47-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a new 3-story, 6-dwelling unit building with a rear detached 5-car garage, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 9, 2023, prepared by Compass Architecture. Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me, I have 4 witnesses, Mr. Chairman. Would you like to swear them in at this time?
Yes, could everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. And for the record, Mr. Poulos's expertise has been recognized.
Thank you. I also like to point out there's a series of individuals seated immediately behind us. Those are neighbors who are in support. I don't know if you want to swear them in now or later.
We'll do that now, so I don't forget later. Could all of the supporters please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you,
have no
sir.
opposition, right? So
We have no opposition other
just want to
than,
make sure I Not missing anything
No,
here.
no, I sat him over here. There is a letter in the file from the alderwoman who is not supportive, but I have no opposition present here.
But she's not here.
She's
None
not
of her
here,
team
and-
Members are here, so.
And I actually I'm not aware of any actual community members in the immediate community who are in opposition, which it is the alderwoman's letter that brought out all the adjacent neighbors who are very supportive of this project.
Now you're connecting my dots. There you go.
So the proposal before you, Mr. Chairman, I'll take the three special uses sort of the same because they're identical buildings. It's the identical request and they're just in sequence, one next to each other heading south. And then I will also address the variation which applies only to the southernmost building. When this case started back in October, we actually had 4 buildings that were the subject of special uses. We had a community meeting in March, and at that community meeting, some of the neighbors expressed concern about the building that actually fronted on Montrose, which is a commercial street, not having commercial. At that time, in response to the neighbors' comments, we withdrew that application. That building has now been redesigned to contain ground floor commercial space and then 6 units above. The other 3 buildings which go further into or south on Richmond Avenue are really headed into what is a purely residential neighborhood. And as you can hear, it's all basically roughly 3-story buildings. 6 flats are rather common in the building, so we believe we're fitting into the character. The request is to not have to put commercial space at the ground floor of each one of these buildings, which we believe becomes consistent. The last building, the southernmost building, there is a side yard variation request. The front of the building encroaches on the required side yard. The rear of the building does not. We're trying to make all 3 buildings similar, basically identical in design. The hardship here is caused by the fact that typically when you have commercials, the requirement for a setback only occurs because we have residential zoning immediately south of us, adjacent to commercial zoning. Typically, there is an east-west alley that separates the commercially zoned property from the residentially zoned property. This is a relatively unique block, this one and the one immediately to our west, in that east-west alley is missing. Were it there, we wouldn't have to provide the setback and the variation request wouldn't be needed. But it is not there, so hence our request. In addition, we did submit, Mr. Candia prepared an pro forma indicating that if the setback variation were not granted, his return would be 1.5%. With the setback variation, return is approximately 9%. We'll note that this is back in October. Things have gotten even worse since that time. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to proceed with my witnesses.
Please do.
Alan, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Alan Candia. I live at 1218 West Fletcher Street in Lakeview.
And you are the manager for the applicant, correct?
Yes.
And I prepared an affidavit which you reviewed and executed. And if you were to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
And in some, that shows that there is no need for commercial here and that residential is preferable.
Yes.
Thank you. Tim? Please state your name and address.
Tim Rasmussen, 5516 North Lakewood Avenue, Chicago.
And can you state what you do for a living?
I'm a commercial real estate broker.
How long have you been doing that?
Too long, at least 40 years.
And you're also the real estate broker for Mr. Candia's building immediately on the north side of Montrose at Richmond.
Yes,
So just north of this property.
yes,
Hence, you're very familiar with this area.
yes,
And you do not believe that there's any demand for commercial space south of Montrose. on this
Correct.
block. And I prepared an affidavit on your behalf, which you reviewed and signed. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. Chris? And
Chris Bremer, I'm the owner of Compass Architecture. Address is 212 South Marion Street in Oak Park, Illinois.
and you're the architect for this project?
Correct.
And you believe this project conforms with all the provisions of the Chicago zoning ordinance, other than the request that we're making?
Yes.
And I prepared an affidavit on your behalf, which you reviewed and executed. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Poulos. State your name and address for the record.
Peter Poulos, certified general real estate appraiser. Office address is at 230 West Monroe, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
And you reviewed the property, the project, and prepared a report addressing the special use standards for each one of these buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your report has been submitted to the board, and if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that report?
Yes, it would.
And it basically found that we met all the standards for approval of special use. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we were happy to answer any questions, but we'll also let the neighbors speak.
Are there any questions from the board? Sounds
This
like a
is
good
Commissioner Esposito. Could you just elaborate on how the property fronting Montrose will be configured to accommodate commercial? Because obviously that's the concern of the alderman as stated in the letter.
Sure. So that one will be raised one more floor. So essentially, if you look at these buildings and you make them 4 stories as opposed to 3 stories, and then slide a commercial space on the ground floor with windows along Montrose, that would create a commercial space.
Great. Thank you.
And is there one of the supporters or multiple of the supporters that want to tell us why you're here in support? Anybody?
It's Brian Pudel. I live at 4342 North Richmond, directly across the street from the proposed development. We right now have a glut, I think, of commercial spaces available in the street from between California and Sacramento. There are currently 6 retail spaces open now. This is predominantly a residential street. These are all people that live on the street there. And we would like to keep it a residential street, not have the additional height in addition to, we already have parking permits there, parking's at a premium. It would just cause, there's no need for it, there's no demand, and it would cause additional congestion once, it was in there. So we would like to keep it a residential street and not have commercial on Richmond. Montrose is fine. We have no opposition to that.
All right, any questions from the board?
Nope, sounds like a good project.
We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so we are recalling calendar numbers 314-23-Z and 315-23-Z. This is 513 North Heartland Court.
We ready to go?
I don't know what he's. Hold on. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we're recalling this case, and you had some time to talk with the objector. First of all, let me for everyone who's planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I did, yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you maybe want to just start with the communications and what's?
Well, yes, the objector lives across the alley, and it, as I understand it, is concerned about shadows. We offered to do some things that would mitigate that, and kind of the pressure of deciding right now was difficult, and we'd rather not continue the case. And so I guess we just have to put it on.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead and put your case on.
Okay. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
I am Sean Walsh, the property owner.
And this is for your personal property, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
And you and your family will live there?
Yeah, me and my son.
And you've actually been in the neighborhood and been walking your dog and generally talked to people in the neighborhood. And as far as you know, until today, there was no
No,
objectors.
there was zero. No.
Okay. And the lot is 79 feet long and 23 feet wide. And so it's kind of crunched up to build a house. Is that
Correct,
right? But this house would be adequate for your family if you're able to build it. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, it will.
And actually, and the architect can tell us about this, but because it's only a 10-foot alley behind you, you're required to build the garage 5 feet off the alley. Is that right?
Yeah, correct, to make it. yeah,
15 feet. Well, okay.
It's a narrow alleyway in the beginning. It's 10 feet wide, so we have to bring our entire project 5 feet from the center to the.
Because you have to be 10 feet off the center of the alley.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And
Like
so-
bad enough for, we've only 79 feet, right, as it is.
so you have 74 feet left to
Really,
work
yeah.
with. Okay. And the actual variance, there's two variances. One is side yards.
Yeah.
But actually, you're going to be, the house to your north is 2 feet off the lot line, and you're going to be 2+ feet off. So the property to the north is the empty lot, and there you'll have a full empty lot, and you're 1 foot plus the 23 feet. Is that right? Okay, and on the south side, there, the other property is 3 feet off,
Correct.
and you're going to be 2.
Yep.
So you'll be 5 feet from that building.
Correct.
And the only reason we need the variance is because the garage is lot line to lot line in a 23-foot lot. Is that
Correct,
right?
yeah.
And so, and because the lot is so short, the garage will be included attached to the building. Is that right?
Correct.
There's no space for a rear yard.
No, when you walk from your garage into your house.
Okay. And that's why we need the variance, because it's all one building.
Correct.
And it's only the garage, though, that we really need the variance for.
Exactly.
Okay. And then because there is no yard, our second variance is to move the rear yard open space requirement up on the garage roof. deck.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are the two variances we need.
Yeah.
Okay. And those are your hardships.
Yes.
And if the board grants you these variances, you'll otherwise be able to build this home in full compliance with
Correct. Yeah,
all.
with all codes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And well, that's all I'll ask right now. Will you tell us who you are? Oh, I'm sorry. You and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you would continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay. Will you tell us who you are, sir?
My name is Jack Stoneberg, architect, Stoneberg Gross Architects in Chicago.
And will you tell the board why a 79 by 23-foot lot with a requirement of being 5 feet off the back creates difficulties for you to design a single-family house of this nature?
Well, it creates difficulties with the setbacks. I mean, I think what we've designed is a pretty modest size home for Sean and his family. It's a 3-story home. The zoning lot is zoned RM5. So the square footage that's allowed to be built on the property is, over, 1,100 feet in excess of what we're proposing. So we're proposing a house with a total FAR of 2,700 feet and change, whereas the maximum allowable is close to 3,700. So we're not looking to build one of these mega mansions. We're looking to build a contextural, small, nimble home, which we feel the market is embracing. And, it's a challenge. And it's interesting working with the smaller lots because you have to be more efficient and look for different design solutions. And, our design was to, enter the house close to on grade and have the main stair be more of the entry. And so we're kind of bringing the stair out of the center of the home. And that's probably more detail than you need to know. But I think we came up with an efficient plan, and it wasn't easy to make the entire property work. I think Sean isn't looking to put a roof deck on the home, whereas a lot of these homes have the penthouse features that exceed the height limitations, and to provide access to a roof deck. He doesn't have that budget maybe. So we're looking to be a little bit more frugal in some aspects of the design. And, it's a solid masonry home. Sean has been a great mason over one part of his life. And so it's a solid masonry structure. I think, you know, the side setback reductions, we focused, there's an empty lot to the north. So, you know, we're proposing a 20-foot wide house on a 23-foot wide lot, and the side setback to the open lot is being reduced to the 1 foot, and to the south, that side setback is in compliance. We're basically, you know, put in the penalty box, being next to the open lot with having to factor that into our front yard setback calculations. But we're looking to line our house up with the house to the north of the empty lot effectively.
And if these variances are granted, the house will be totally compliant with all rules and laws. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if they did, if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
That's our case in chief.
Are there any questions from the board at this time before we turn to the objector?
Not at this.
All right, let's go to the objector. Could you please state your name and address?
My name is Kanika Robinson and my address is 514 North Hermitage Avenue, Chicago 60622, just across the alley from the property in question.
Okay, and if you could just make sure that you stay
But
close enough
closer,
to that microphone.
Because she could, yeah.
So we've got our court reporter here taking everything
Is
down.
that better?
That's much better.
Okay.
much
Also,
better.
thank you guys for staying so late to listen to all of these cases. I'm sure it's been a long day.
This is early for us.
Oh, God, is it really?
In the old days, midnight, you know.
For God.
So yeah, this is not bad at all. Why don't you tell us what your objection is?
Sure. So I just met Sean and his team here. He's going to be my new neighbor. I have no objections to the fact that he is building a house. He's going to be very welcome in the neighborhood. My only concern is with my own access to light on my property, which I do think will be compromised based on their plans.
Is your single family home or is it two flat or?
Single family.
Single family, okay, thanks.
That's the only reason that I'm here. I invested in a home. Right now I enjoy it quite a bit and I would like to continue doing that. And I'm just worried that their plans as they exist right now might limit my ability to do so.
So just to clarify, your property is located diagonally across the lobby? or across-
Immediately,
across the alley?
it's right across the
So
alley.
you're
Directly
512?
across.
I'm 514.
Oh, 514.
So then this map must be a little off.
Oh, maybe this map is off.
Yeah.
Because if
You can see, I mean, there's one of these pictures where you can see it.
yeah, if we look at if we're looking at the map here right now,
Yeah.
so
Oh, wait, I'm right there. There's 512 and then there's, the RS3 is right on top of the address. That's me. Yeah.
So are you, is the applicant where the red dot is? Or
okay, so the applicant is actually so 512 is right across the alley, and then 514 is slightly is one house north.
Oh, so is that where your side lot's gonna be?
somebody
That's
else,
somebody else's property.
the next applicant?
There,
You only own one.
That's right.
Okay. So the lot,
So they're not building correctly.
I might have, I definitely thought you were building right across from me.
the lot that is directly west of your property at 514, so right across the alley, is
Empty.
vacant right
Oh,
now.
all right.
It's the lot that is just south
Yeah.
where 512 is, so just south of you. And then to the west, that's where the applicant's.
I
lot
do not
is.
think I realized that there was an empty lot. I thought that it was the whole. Okay, well. Blame my poor map reading skills. I don't know. Sorry.
Sorry you had to come
I-
down here, but you might be down here next time when someone else does the building on that property.
But
Save all my grievances for whoever's gonna be at 511, I guess.
yeah, but having understood now the difference. Do you still have any objection to their application?
No,
Okay,
I do
okay,
not.
okay.
In that case, we have no rebuttal.
All right, any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay, well then, we will take this matter under advisement.
How did you
Sorry
not
to
figure
flush
that out?
that
That's
out.
what I'm saying. How did you not figure that out behind closed doors here? I don't know.
You've been doing this.
He was drawing like solar maps, he's like the sun, and shadows,
We're
and
the same
never. and
expert.
when
He's an
we were like, it's
expert.
completely not the right lot.
All right, enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much.
That was the last one.
It was. All right.
Okay.
Funny.
Okay, so I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the withdrawals are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 288-23-Z and 289-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 290-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 291-23-S and 292-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 295-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 296-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 297-23-Z and 298-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 299-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 300-23-Z and 301-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 302-23-Z, 303-23-Z, and 304-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 309-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 310-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 313-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 314-23-Z and 315-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 316-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 317-23-Z and 318-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
No.
Commissioner Esposito.
No.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no, the matters are denied. I move to approve application for calendar number 319-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 320-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 44-23-S, 45-23-Z, 46-23-S, and 47-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 195-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote no, the matter is not approved for failure to obtain 3 affirmative votes. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 194-23-S and 196-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the resolutions are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its July 21, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
You too.